Good afternoon, honourable members. When the House rose, the question before it was that the Honourable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 in the sum of $2,557,519,900 as a charge against the Consolidated Fund and other funds of the State of St. Lucia. Member for Choiseul.
Mr. Speaker, I am indeed humbled as I rise in support of this estimate of revenue and expenditure for the period 2025-2026 put forward by the member for Castries East and Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I stay humble and I smile as I have been handpicked by the people of Choiseul to be here. And I can say boldly to them that with this Honourable Prime Minister and me as their humble servant, there's a lot to smile about, given the work completed in last year's budget and a lot in store for them coming out of this budget, Mr. Speaker. As such, Mr. Speaker, please grant me leave as I once again thank the people of Choiseul for bestowing their confidence in me as their parliamentary representative and for their unwavering patience over the last year. Let me take this opportunity to remind them again that unlike my predecessor, I am not hiding, but I am buried under the stack of work that was not done by them that I must complete on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, I have been with them from day one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the Almighty God who have blessed me with the desire, the ambition, and the temperament to represent the people of Choiseul, the largest constituency in the OECS. While I thank the Most High, permit me, Mr. Speaker, to thank my mom, Caroline Kazemi, and the entire Kazemi family who has been with me through the years, Mr. Speaker. Let me also, Mr. Speaker, thank my father, Stephen Gustav, and the Gustav family who are loyal and devoted soldiers in this battle. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the members of the SLP Women's Organization for their unwavering support for me in Choiseul. Let me also thank the elderly caregivers, Prudy and the team, who work so hard to render a service to this vast constituency. Let me also thank, Mr. Speaker, the Choiseul SLP constituency group with Mr. Kenny Hyacinth and the team, the Choiseul Mayor, Mr. Lennox Dupal and his constituency council for their work in the last year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the staff at the Babonneau, Mr. Speaker, including Sharik Smith, Kelly Pierre-Louis, Nicola Dovey, Loic Mouillon, Elva Florton, Meander Ajayeb, Bianca Alcide, Teresa Clovis, and of course, those on the ground, including the likes of Malika Cox, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the Honourable Prime Minister who continues to bestow his trust in me and make the resources available to me to work on behalf of the people of Choiseul. But Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to present to this Honourable House some of what we were able to achieve 2024-2025 in the ministry and the constituency, Mr. Speaker, as we look to this estimate to see what comes next for the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucian economy experienced another year of economic growth of over 3%, Mr. Speaker. 3.9% to be specific. Youth unemployment, Mr. Speaker, is at its lowest, Mr. Speaker, hovering just around 13%, Mr. Speaker, while our overall unemployment rate is just over 8%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had an increase in economic activities that allowed our revenue to increase by over $300 million, Mr. Speaker. And some can jump high and they can jump low, but it was this Honorable Prime Minister who ensured that the back pay of civil servants from the time they were in government was paid, Mr. Speaker. They can jump high and they can jump low, but it is this government under this Prime Minister that ensured that another back pay was paid during this administration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they can jump high and they can jump low, but it was this Minister of Finance who ensured that there was an increase to the civil servants of this country, Mr. Speaker. And they can jump high and jump low, but it was this government who gave every civil servant in December a bonus of $500, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for good measure, the Prime Minister ensured that youth and sports continued to flourish. And so, Mr. Speaker, these estimates, Mr. Speaker, under head 54, Mr. Speaker, for the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, Mr. Speaker, we see a capital expenditure of $2.3 million, reflected similar to last year, Mr. Speaker. Like our financial indicators, youth development and sports is heading in the right direction. In last year's budget, Mr. Speaker, we made the strategic decision, Mr. Speaker, that would ensure that $200,000 was made available to Julian Alfred. I'll say this again. Mr. Speaker, in the last year's budget, we made the strategic decision to ensure that $200,000 was made available to Julian Alfred. This meant, Mr. Speaker, that she would not have to find a job after graduating from the University of Texas. She did not have to worry about her rent after graduating from the University of Texas, about her physiotherapy, about her training sessions, about her nutrition, Mr. Speaker. She did not have to worry because this government ensured that on a monthly basis she was supported, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we saw that she only had one job: bring a medal to this country, Mr. Speaker. Bring a global medal to this country. And she worked hard, and she strived, and she persevered. And for the first time in the history of St. Lucia, we have 2 Olympic medals, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, given what happened to her when she was at school in Jamaica, given what happened to her under the previous administration, one is left to wonder what could have been had she not been blessed with this St. Lucia Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. Amen. And so, Mr. Speaker, we as a government continue to do what we need to do, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the estimates for 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, under head 54, we see that there was a positive variance of over $2.8 million between the approved recurrent expenditure and the revised estimates. What was achieved by Julian Alfred, Mr. Speaker, it contributed to this, as we had to celebrate her achievement, Mr. Speaker, in a way that was befitting. So, Mr. Speaker, we saw the grants and contribution increase by 29% due to the transfer from the Department of Finance a contingency vote, Mr. Speaker, of $1 million to Julian Alfred, Mr. Speaker, after her historic performance. Mr. Speaker, this came from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we saw on a Sunday a former member for Soufriere who lives on balcony is over the Soufriere mini stadium take to a platform and say that we took $1 million from the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports budget and gave it to Julian Alfred. And there was no school sports. I will say this again. The Minister of Finance ensured that $1 million from the contingency vote was transferred to Julian Alfred. Yet, Mr. Speaker, a former member for Soufriere, it will always be former, took platform. His house oversees the Soufriere mini stadium where school sports is ongoing and says that there was no school sports, Mr. Speaker. Can you believe that? And there was no school sports because we used all the money for Julian Alfred, Mr. Speaker. So far from the truth, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we soldiered on. During the last financial year, we indicated to cricketers of this land that we were going to ensure that if they perform well, that we would develop a high-performance center specific to them that would ensure that they were given finances at the end of every month, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, not only is St. Lucia Caribbean Premier League champions for the first time, Mr. Speaker, but we now have 11 male and female cricketers playing regional and international cricket. The first time in our history. These young cricketers are in a program where they don't have to worry about a salary at the end of the month because they are compensated. They don't have to worry about group dynamics before competition because they train together every day, Mr. Speaker. And we'll be talking a lot more about that during the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to soldier on. During the last financial year, we promised the footballers in this nation that they too will be given special attention by this government. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of St. Lucia, we instituted a semi-professional football league, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this begs the question. Qui ça yo te ka fait, Mr. Speaker? What were they doing for almost 6 years in government in youth and sports development? I have identified 3 new initiatives so far. 3. And I've just started. But they had 5 years, went into a 6th year, and sports in this country was an autopilot. And yeah, patika fait. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the estimates for 2024-2025, we see this positive variance over the approved recurrent expenditure as we took $107,414 to facilitate the establishment of a secretariat for the semi-professional football league. The consulting services and commissions vote also covered the salaries of their staff, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country continue to progress under this administration. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, there was over 1,153 grants awarded to young people through the youth economy agencies. I didn't say as of March. As of December 2024, over 1,153 grants awarded to young people in this country through the youth economy. This equates to over $4.5 million pumped into the youth of this country as it pertains to developing the skills and the capabilities in business. Mr. Speaker, tell me what initiative the previous government had for youth in business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are young men and women who had no means of obtaining finances, Mr. Speaker, through the banks and through their mothers and their fathers, Mr. Speaker. These are young men and women in this country who had a skill, went to the agency, Mr. Speaker, without any collateral, Mr. Speaker, without any vehicle, Mr. Speaker, any asset, and they were able to kickstart the business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this administration also invested a further $1 million in training and development of the skills of these young individuals in business, Mr. Speaker. Marketing, product development, financing, Mr. Speaker. I challenge anyone to tell me what was done for young people in business before this present government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our youth officers and youth workers continue to work hard on the ground while we attempt to fortify the efforts with youth organizations. And Mr. Speaker, in the budget, we see an extra $30,000 in grants, contributions, and subvention to support the St. Lucia Cadet Corps, Junior Achievers, the St. Lucia Scouts Association, and of course, the youth councils, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is quite obvious that to develop sports, we need quality, well-maintained infrastructure. And so as a ministry, we have embarked on the systematic approach to the rehabilitation of sporting facilities. And so we will be investing in 15 of the 90 playing fields and courts in this nation in this financial year, Mr. Speaker. I will leave the rest for the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. The member for Ancillary Canneries, no. Otago Court, Ancillary Field, Canneries Field. Mr. Speaker, alternative sports. When I had discussions in certain quarters, Mr. Speaker, I often ask, again, what new initiative was proposed by the previous administration? Mr. Speaker, for years in this country, the sum total of young people involved in the alternative sports is more than young people involved in the traditional sports, Mr. Speaker. Video games, Mr. Speaker. Chess, Mr. Speaker. Darts, AutoCAT, Mr. Speaker. And the likes, Mr. Speaker. And what was the policy direction for these young people? Mr. Speaker, it took this government to institute an alternative sports department. And now, Mr. Speaker, except for boxing, chess is the fastest growing sport in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Chess started, Mr. Speaker, with a membership of under 100, blossomed to about 250, and now in schools and communities, the St. Lucia Chess Association can boast of having over 500 members, Mr. Speaker. What new initiative, I ask young people, did this previous government set out, Mr. Speaker? And so, Mr. Speaker, darts, drag racing, dominoes, shooting, sport fishing continues to grow, Mr. Speaker. And in the policy debate, we'll be speaking about a venue for drags, Mr. Speaker, in the south of this island, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I am indeed encouraged by what I see from this year's budget, and I feel confident that the people of Choiseul will be saying after this year, "This is my young son, in whom I am well pleased," Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Head 46, Ministry of Tourism, Mr. Speaker, we see a capital expenditure of $7.7 million, Mr. Speaker, in this budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue to say that Choiseul Friday night is the biggest community tourism product in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. I may even go a step further and say that this has grown to a level where it is very difficult to identify a community tourism gathering in the OECS bigger than Choiseul Friday night, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, over the last year, Mr. Speaker, we've encountered some difficulties, Mr. Speaker. Policing, Mr. Speaker, the crowds have grown significantly, testament to the economic development in St. Lucia. before you would expect only the last Friday of the month to see a bumper crowd in Choiseul. But because of the economic activities, every single Friday we are challenged, Mr. Speaker, in providing security. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of a government that ensured that there was a training vote in last year's budget for 79 new police officers, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, while I do my part with my CDP funds to provide additional policing, Mr. Speaker, and security, I certainly hope and I will be looking forward to the increase in policing, Mr. Speaker, on the Choiseul Friday night and in the surrounding areas. The challenge also is due to the expansion of the event, Mr. Speaker, from Pigeon Point, Mr. Speaker, all the way to Dauphin Street, Mr. Speaker. And guess what? It's only going to get bigger, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under community tourism, Mr. Speaker, we see in, Mr. Speaker, the Choiseul recreational facility nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, we were 85% complete. And unfortunately, due to Hurricane Beryl, we saw a significant amount of damages to the Choiseul recreational facility, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, the Minister of Tourism, the member for Castries South, and his team, they've identified the financing, and last week, work recommenced on the Choiseul recreational facility, Mr. Speaker. And again, I must remind the Choiseul that just before the previous election, that we saw something just sprout out mere months before. No DCA approval, no planning approval, no proper procurement was done. Materials were misplaced, Mr. Speaker, for this facility. But under this government, I say misplaced, under this government, Mr. Speaker, we will be cutting this ribbon very, very soon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Moshi Jazz, Mr. Speaker, another event that brings thousands of people to the community of Moshi. And every year it grows and it grows and it grows. I ensured that during lunch, I placed an invitation for every single member, save the date, March 6th, 2025, for Moshi Music Creole, Mr. Speaker. May 6th. And so last year I saw the member for Choiseul, not seen the member for Miku at Moshi Jazz, but every single individual was given save the date. Mr. Speaker, this event never held. 5+ years under the previous administration. The member for Soufriere, when she was the member for Choiseul, ensured that the vendors, that the barbers, that the individuals in the community benefited from this tourism product. And now, Mr. Speaker, it is only with the St. Lucia Labour Party that we have Moshi Jazz. Only with the St. Lucia Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
But that's Soleil.
couché. Mr. Speaker, under Head 43, Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, I must first of all speak to a huge challenge that I, as parliamentary rep, faced in Choiseul, and I will admit, it keeps me up at night. I will admit, there are a few more gray hairs in my chin, Mr. Speaker. A lot of it is wisdom. But, Mr. Speaker, the situation with the water supply, Mr. Speaker, is something that this government continues to deal with. And, Mr. Speaker, I must tell the people of Choiseul that this situation will not be dealt with in a snap of a finger. And I must remind the people of Choiseul that millions of dollars was expended under the previous administration for desilting the John Compton Dam, Mr. Speaker. Until this day, 20%, if so much, desilted. And so we have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where even the pipelines, Mr. Speaker, need to be changed. Outdated, Mr. Speaker. I am proud that this Minister of Finance made $8 million available to WASCO to commence dealing with this situation, Mr. Speaker. And so I ask the people of Grosley to continue to bear patience. I am there with them, and I will be there with them every step of the way. But Mr. Speaker, under financial year 2024-2025, I must say that the Ministry of Infrastructure has provided support for the people of Grosley. I will say that. Those who insist that Grosley took all of the roads, I must again remind you that almost 90% of the 150,000 vehicles on this island traverses the Castries-Grosley Highway on a monthly basis. There is more pressure on the roads in Grosley. There are more communities spread out in the community of Grosley. And so, Mr. Speaker, I always have to engage the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Infrastructure for more roads, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, during the 2024-2025 financial year, we were able to get a brand new renovated road in Kaimajé, Mr. Speaker. If you remember that road, Mr. Speaker, there was a steep curve near Austin's house, former teacher at Castries Comprehensive. We've turned it into an efficient and wide hairpin bed, Mr. Speaker. And so, 2 vehicles can comfortably traverse the Kaimajé Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we renovated almost every road in Beauséjour, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can go in any house in Beauséjour and put my feet up, Mr. Speaker. And I can ask for macaroni and cheese, Mr. Speaker, and fish and salad, Mr. Speaker, because phase 1 and phase 2 was ignored by the previous administration. And the drainage issues ignored by the previous administration. But under this government, I challenge anybody, just take a drive through Beauséjour.
And you won't see any spider webs.
Mr. Speaker. The values of these homes, Mr. Speaker, continue to go up, Mr. Speaker. These are the things that you will not hear on the platforms on a Sunday, Mr. Speaker. The livelihoods of these people in Beauséjour improved, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we continued work. Emerald Development, Mr. Speaker. Complete, Mr. Speaker. A road that for many years these people continue to ask and ask for. Now, cap it, Mr. Speaker. The Degazor Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Brand new concrete road, Mr. Speaker, in the community of Degazor, Mr. Speaker. One of the worst roads in Grand Riviere, Mr. Speaker, resurfaced by this administration. The Corinth Road, Mr. Speaker, on the way. That's another Degazor road that we've started, Mr. Speaker. The Corinth Road on the way to Richard Frederick, Mr. Speaker. We need to start naming our roads, Mr. Speaker, because for 6 years, 5 years into a 6th year, Mr. Speaker, and I tell the member for Central Castries, they have no way they would have ever done that road. And I tell the residents that have the misfortune during that time of living in that area, they would have never gotten that road because there was a Belrose doctrine. And that the only way that they were going to get attention in that area is with the St. Lucia Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. And we've started the work on this road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the community of Asu Canal, Mr. Speaker, another area, Mr. Speaker, ignored for their loyalty, Mr. Speaker. Ignored. Given no attention, Mr. Speaker. And they're sending everybody in Asu Canal now. And they're driving on the new road and they say, now, Maviela. Person Pavli Wemwela, Mr. Speaker. Because of the work done by this government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Norbert, Mr. Speaker, another community for their loyalty punished under Belrose doctrine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and for years, we had 2 neighboring communities, Babonneau with Lague and Plateau, and Monsitor, Deramo, ignored, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they used to patch and patch and patch and patch and patch that road, Mr. Speaker. And I said to the residents of Deramo that we know why in 5+ years all they would do for you is patch. And so, Mr. Speaker, we took the bold step of building a brand new road from Monsitor all the way to Rivière, Mr. Speaker, to join those two communities. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, we've had some issues because of the retaining structures and the drains that we had to put in place, Mr. Speaker. And so we're expecting to continue this road in this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another area of passion for me, Mr. Speaker, was the community of Rivière. Again, when you hear that community, you understand why no road was done in Rivière, Mr. Speaker. All roads were just given token attention. Mr. Speaker, Valerie Lord Avenue, Mr. Speaker, has commenced in the community of Rivière, and very soon we'll be having a brand new concrete road in that community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the last financial year, in the community of Marisil, Mr. Speaker, we commenced some work on a footpath, Mr. Speaker, and a drain, Mr. Speaker, that the persons in this community have been asking for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, Piat, the worst road in Grosley when I went door to door was what I call Hazel's Road in Piat. This road, Mr. Speaker, destroyed every tire in its path, every ambushing in its path. Mr. Speaker, persons had to park on the main road, Mr. Speaker, and walk very long ways, Mr. Speaker. But finally, Mr. Speaker, under this administration, roadworks commenced in the worst road in Grosley, Mr. Speaker. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the people of Bella Rosa, the last time they got any attention from any government was under the member for Soufriere, Mr. Speaker. And they said, despite going up and down in the constituency office, Mr. Speaker, they received zero attention. And now we have a brand new, continued concrete road in Bella Rosa, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have a constituency the size of Grosley, you hit the ground running early. And that is what I did, Mr. Speaker. Despite this, Mr. Speaker, we have many, many more roads that we need. Mr. Speaker, Labon. We still have 3 critical roads in Labon. And I will say, and I'll single out the Cherry Road, that, Mr. Speaker, that really needs to be done in Labon, Mr. Speaker. Degazor, we started work on, again, no name for the road, so Mikey Pilgrim's Road. We've done the Wasco work, Mr. Speaker, for the water and the main line, Mr. Speaker. But the road leading into that community, Mr. Speaker, the works have started and will continue. Inglewood, Mr. Speaker, that loop road. Montsepa, Mr. Speaker, 4 roads still needed in that community. And we will see the road leading to Rocket. I think everybody knows Rocket. And that community, Mr. Speaker, we'll see work commencing next week, Mr. Speaker, on the main water line, Mr. Speaker, and thereafter the road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Asu Canal, we still have 1 road left, Mr. Speaker. White Rock, 3. Corinth, 14 roads in Corinth. Marisil, Top of the World, 5. Bois de Wash, 3. Rodney Heights, 4. And these are roads that have been measured, costed, and presented by a humble servant to the Ministry of Infrastructure. Sugar City, Monjiro, 6. Lafay, Kaimajé, 4. Rivière, Tito Fair, 4. Deramo, 4. Moshi, New Development, Ravin Makok, Maguetut, 8. Rodney Bay, 5. Bonte, 6. Beausejour, 4. Kazaba, 4. Cap Estate, Mr. Speaker, 12 roads in need of immediate attention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Central Castries is absolutely right. We need an entire budget of roads in a constituency that, as we speak, somebody is moving into. As we speak, Amunka Shaye, Mr. Speaker, in Grosley, Mr. Speaker. Somewhere in Grosley, somebody is moving to our sweet paradise, Mr. Speaker. Some of them are dispersing far and wide, Mr. Speaker, setting up communities, Mr. Speaker, that they must drive on. And the pressure is on your humble servant to get it done for them. But I can say to them, Mr. Speaker, that not a day goes by that I don't lobby on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. Not a day goes by without a call to the Minister of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Not a day, not a day, not a day, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask for patience, Mr. Speaker. Patience from the people of Grosselet. Mr. Speaker, the Julian Hunt Highway, Mr. Speaker, we still, Mr. Speaker, have to deal with traffic on a daily basis. How can I ever stop calling the Ministry of Infrastructure? We need it done, Mr. Speaker. And so we wait for a policy debate where we will hear more on this road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, still under the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, there is an estimate of $3 million, Mr. Speaker, under rivers and water cost maintenance, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we still have issues as it pertains to November 6th, Mr. Speaker, where we saw what happened in the community of Corinth, Marisil, Mr. Speaker, in places in Moshi and Vieux, Mr. Speaker, Asukanal and the likes, Mr. Speaker. And we still need, Mr. Speaker, to work on our waterways, Mr. Speaker. Monnier, Mr. Speaker, drains, Mr. Speaker, needed. We did one over the financial year, but we'll continue to work on it. Inglewoods, Mr. Speaker, Viking Traders, Mr. Speaker, we were able to get a road done and, of course, some drains, but we still need interventions. We still have roads that I have not mentioned that we've done. Flamboyant Drive, Mr. Speaker, there's a particular sweet lady that has been calling and asking about the river. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to represent her until we get that situation sorted. Grand Riviere near Rainbow 2000, Mr. Speaker. Grand Riviere, Corinth area near Wilmer's Bar. Corinth near the Sampsons. Corinth behind John Michel. Windward Island Gas Road, Mr. Speaker. A bridge that is now woefully inadequate given the amount of people living up north, Mr. Speaker. Bonte, Mr. Speaker. Tuya, and of course, Rivière, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly hoping that this year we allay the fears of the people in all of these communities, Mr. Speaker. We will not be able to do all. We will not. But certainly, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work together to execute as many as possible. Mr. Speaker, I see $1.5 million for slope stabilization and retaining walls, Mr. Speaker. Again, Asukanal, Lafe, Bonte, Mr. Speaker, extremely dangerous situations with balconies placed there, Mr. Speaker, that we need to get this dealt with in this financial year. Mr. Speaker, the member for Central Castries just said you need the entire budget. But Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie. The population of Grosselet nears the population of St. Kitts, Mr. Speaker. It nears the population of an entire country. I want people to put this in perspective. An entire country, Mr. Speaker. And so when sometimes I hear people go around and say, hey, but look, that road ain't done yet. What are you doing? You're not doing anything. Look, that road. And that's what they start with, Mr. Speaker. I often wonder, Mr. Speaker, if Rome was built in a day, Mr. Speaker. When I see individuals go to Pigeon Point, Mr. Speaker, in an area, Mr. Speaker, owned by private individuals, and lobby for this road, given the fact that we have 80 other roads in very important communities, Mr. Speaker, I wonder what's going on, Mr. Speaker. The sum total of roads and infrastructural investments you would have in any financial year, no matter how much is funded, you will always have more work to do than you did in a financial year, Mr. Speaker. Always. I will say this again, Mr. Speaker. In a 3-year period, given the size of the constituency of Grosselet, despite all the work that we have done, Mr. Speaker, there will still be more work left to do in infrastructure than what has been done. But the fact of the matter remains that this is the most work done in the constituency of Grosselet in a 3.5-year period ever in the history of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Fact. And I challenge anybody, take 10 years of the previous member for Grosselet and juxtapose it to 3 years of this member for Grosselet. I challenge anybody to an infrastructural debate, and you will see in 3 years I accomplished more than he did in 10 years in Groseley, Mr. Speaker. Fact, Mr. Speaker.
All they did was build webs.
Fact. As such, Mr. Speaker, we see under physical development, Mr. Speaker, and urban renewal, we see an estimate of $7.5 million for land administration. Mr. Speaker, the people of Labon continue to wait with bated breath, Mr. Speaker, to own their land. Again, under the previous administration, they told them, go and do the survey yourself. But this government is getting it done for them. And under this financial year, they will finally own their lands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see $400 in there to ensure $400,000. I wish it was 400 million. $400,000, Mr. Speaker, for lands, Mr. Speaker. Labon, Mr. Speaker, Deramo, and of course, the people of Montsepa. We've made significant progress as the land previously owned by JQ is now in the name of the Crown, awaiting final rationalization for distribution to the people of Montsepa, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had serious challenges in the constituency of Groseley as it pertains to street lighting, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you all remember there was something called a Pajua letter.
Oh, yeah. They promised an investigation. Steve, you're in government. What happened to that investigation?
I drank water, and now I will mind Groseley business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of the communities are now dark, Mr. Speaker. We get calls, we get images, we get people sending poll numbers. Poor job, Elva Flotten. How many poll numbers you have? Poor job. Of people, Mr. Speaker, who are calling out for electrical lights, Mr. Speaker. We have worked tirelessly over the last 3 years. We have a number of communities that we've changed the lights for. And this year, Mr. Speaker, with this head, we're certainly expecting to light up the streets of Groseley even more, Mr. Speaker. We have dark spots, Mr. Speaker, in Rivière-Meta, Mr. Speaker. We have dark spots in Groseley Town, Mr. Speaker. We have dark spots in Cap Estate, Mr. Speaker, some other areas. And I've been informed and been in communication with the department that they are waiting on certain fixtures to continue the works in electrical lighting, Mr. Speaker, pole lighting in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, under Head 37, the Ministry of National Security, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance for time, Mr. Speaker. I need
17 more minutes.
How much?
17.
17. Mr. Speaker, I think we should start allocating time based on the size of the constituency. Mr. Speaker, under Head 47, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of National Security, Mr. Speaker, the story has not been fully told on the Groseley police station. Mr. Speaker, there was a design for the Groseley police station. There was financing for the Groseley police station. They were in government for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. They went into a 6th year, Mr. Speaker. They rented there. They rented over there. They rented your steel parfait a year, Mr. Speaker.
Sure.
They did absolutely nothing
And they wanted to rent the
about the security of the people of Groseley, Mr. Speaker.
They wanted to rent the Star Building.
Police, Mr. Speaker, demotivated, Mr. Speaker. Police battered, tired, Mr. Speaker. No proper place to rest their head, Mr. Speaker. And they have the audacity to talk about crime? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Groseley police station had 2 vehicles For an entire constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we have about 11? 11! Mr. Speaker.
And you didn't have to do fundraising?
At all. Mr. Speaker, I would have modeled that because... Hey.
You would have modeled?
No, of course.
Your name is Bradley.
And now, Mr. Speaker, we see construction continuing, Mr. Speaker, on a brand new, state-of-the-art, Mr. Speaker, Northern Divisional Headquarters, Mr. Speaker. And they're going in all corners. Kisa baby affair, kisa baby affair. In all corners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I came in, Mr. Speaker, and I sat down with police in Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our constituency is serving more than 30,000 people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, barely 20 police officers. No vote for training of police officers, Mr. Speaker. 2 vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And we allow them to talk about crime, Mr. Speaker. A constituency that would see on any given weekend thousands of tourists, thousands of individuals from the entire country descending on Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. 20. I'm proud that the Minister, National Security, has trained 79 new police officers. We see in the Ministry of Tourism another set of individuals and guards, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bike patrol, Mr. Speaker, increased under this government, Mr. Speaker. Bulletproof vests this year under this government, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the police in Choiseul knows which government is serious about fighting crime in this nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under head 51, Mr. Speaker, equity social transformation, we see a capital expenditure of $6.9 million, Mr. Speaker. This financial year, we are certainly hoping to institute some programs at our centers. Lafe Mothers and Fathers Hall, Mr. Speaker. Austin has been asking for a program for young people. We're going to continue some renovations, Mr. Speaker, for these programs, Mr. Speaker, skills programs in this area. Revemita Mothers and Fathers Hall, Mr. Speaker. We continue to do work and provide some support for these individuals for after-school programs, Mr. Speaker. And also, we've reopened the Deramo HRDC, and we are certainly looking forward to having some activities there this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under this line head, Mr. Speaker, we have instituted some social programs for our people, Mr. Speaker. In Choiseul, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of young people, and a lot of them can dance. I mean, I do a little dance there for 30 seconds, and that mash up the internet, Mr. Speaker. Fallest if they join us in our dance program, Mr. Speaker.
You're the tutor.
We are a talented people, Mr. Speaker. And so we continue to nurture. One of these days, you'll need to ask my mother about me and dancing at Choiseul Friday night. She will give you all the full scoop. Mr. Speaker, we continue to ensure that we have this dance program to nurture our talent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of alleviating poverty, we continue to make contributions to our peanut butter pantry, Mr. Speaker, with Venus cherry and rice in Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Another novel event, Mr. Speaker. Because I remember, Mr. Speaker, that there were some individuals who would come to Choiseul Primary School and they did not have breakfast, Mr. Speaker. And so with this program, we are joining efforts to bring as many canned foods, as many waters, as many drinks as possible so that a child can have breakfast before they attend school and pursue their education, Mr. Speaker. This program continues. It's not just about brick and mortar, Mr. Speaker. We've been working, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Ministry of Sports, Mr. Speaker, Head 54, we've done a little bit of work in Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Choiseul playing field, Mr. Speaker.
You have lights there, yes, sir. He put lights in his field first.
The Choiseul playing field, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is where it started, not just for me, but for a number of individuals in Choiseul. The likes of John Eugene, Alton Crafton, Mr. Speaker, the likes of Leonard Montoot, Mr. Speaker.
Who's that?
The likes of Zeta James, Kiana Joseph, Kimani Melius, Grosele playing field, Mr. Speaker. This is where it started for me. I am here today because of the Grosele playing field, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for years, we would have competitions in Grosele. And again, the sheer amount of people would come. And anytime it rained, there was absolutely no place to shelter. Nowhere. The second it rained, everybody dispersed and they went back home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nothing was done about that by the previous administration. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can say finally that we have stands, proper lights, and we are resurfacing the Grosele playing field, Mr. Speaker. And very soon, we'll be having our ribbon cutting ceremony and renaming of the Grosele playing field. I will invite every single member to be part of these festivities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've continued to do work, Mr. Speaker, in Vieux, Mr. Speaker, another community for years with no lights and so much talent, Mr. Speaker. We've worked on brand new lights, Mr. Speaker, and we are currently doing the resurfacing, and we are working on a slight perimeter wall for advertising bays, Mr. Speaker. These advertising bays would allow for financing to be brought into the community playing field to maintain the Vieux playing field, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another part of our sporting infrastructure that will be improved and has commenced, Mr. Speaker, is the Deidre Maffrey Community Court, Mr. Speaker. The netball fraternity remembers Deidre Maffrey, who met her untimely demise, Mr. Speaker, as a young individual passionate about netball and sports in the community of Vieux, and indeed as a national goal shooter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that court was started, Mr. Speaker, almost 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we've recommenced work on that court, and we are going to be having our ceremony to officially name it the Deidre Maffrey Community Court, Mr. Speaker. DMCC. Mr. Speaker, the community of Vieux, Mr. Speaker, another area with a rich repository of talent, Mr. Speaker. We've commenced work on the perimeter fence and expansion of the Vieux court for our competitions, Mr. Speaker, in terms of netball, football, Mr. Speaker, basketball, and the likes, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work in that community, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of work to do. Because, again, of the vastness of the constituency, we have individuals in the Labon community that they say behind God's back. Labon deserves the center, Mr. Speaker. And I will stop at nothing but to see the construction of a Labon multipurpose court and community center, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we move on. Ministry of Housing, Local Government, Mr. Speaker. On the head 48, Mr. Speaker, we see a capital expenditure of $12.88 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been under pressure due to the National Housing and Assistance Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, when you have a constituency of that size, Mr. Speaker, the amount of individuals with their homes in need of repair in communities like Vieux, Monchy, Labon, Deramo, because people look at Grosele as only an urban area. But if I have to count the amount of rural communities we have, Mr. Speaker, you would be surprised, Mr. Speaker. And so the pressure continues and it's mounted on the office to provide the little galvanized and posts for the individuals in this community, Mr. Speaker, in this constituency. I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, so far we've processed and we've assisted over 300 people, thanks to the Minister and the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, Mr. Speaker. We still have 358 applicants. The member is laughing, but they put in the pressure. And everybody sees that anybody that get a piece of plywood, they tell everybody they get their piece of plywood. So more people come in, Mr. Speaker. And so, under this head, Mr. Speaker, we certainly hope to continue this program and provide support to the people of Groseley. Mr. Speaker, under municipal administration, town and village councils, Mr. Speaker, we see an allocation of $3 million, Mr. Speaker. We are certainly hoping, Mr. Speaker, that Groseley gets their fair share. I'm indeed very, very appreciative of the additional support provided by the Minister of Local Government in providing additional workers. But we have a situation in Groseley.
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But we have a situation in Groseley where we do not have enough staff under this ministry, Mr. Speaker. And so I constantly have to tap into my CDP to ensure that the place is maintained to the best of my ability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Community Development Services, Mr. Speaker, the Vieux Community Center is 99% complete, Mr. Speaker. 99% complete. And this is under the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, and I must express my gratitude. The people of Vieux are indeed very, very happy.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Mr. Speaker, I have a situation where the population of Vieux into Corinth is nearly 5,800 people, which means that this area surpasses the population of Denry South. Yes, my brother. Just this area. And they had no community center, Mr. Speaker. There was nowhere apart from the school, Mr. Speaker, where you could have housed any program in poetry, drama, music, dance, Mr. Speaker. There was nowhere somebody could have held a wedding, Mr. Speaker, a community gathering. And now, Mr. Speaker, the calls are flocking in. People are getting married in April, Mr. Speaker. People are having parties in June, Mr. Speaker. As very soon, we will be cutting the ribbon to a brand new Vieux Community Center, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under line item 41, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Mr. Speaker, I see $850,000 there, Mr. Speaker, under capital expenditure. We've started some work at the Groseley Fisheries. We are going to continue some work on the administrative center, Mr. Speaker. And with my CDP, we will be building 3 additional FADs with the fishermen from the community of Groseley, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, held $16.6 billion, Mr. Speaker. Groseley Primary needs some attention. We've done some work in terms of the aesthetics of this school, Mr. Speaker. We still need some more work done, Mr. Speaker, on the capital, Vieux. A lot of work needed in Vieux, and I've spoken to the Minister of Education, who's guaranteed some interventions this financial year. And of course, Moshi, Mr. Speaker, the school that has given us the likes of some of the great lawyers in St. Lucia, Alberton, Richelieu, Mr. Speaker, will definitely be getting some attention, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it would be foolhardy of me not to mention under Head 53, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, Groseley Polyclinic, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the expansion of Groseley Polyclinic, Mr. Speaker. Nothing was done, Mr. Speaker. 5 years into a 6th year. Not one block, not one bag of cement, Mr. Speaker, to the healthcare system in Groseley, Mr. Speaker. And now you can see the work on the expansion of the Groseley Polyclinic. And finally, 24-hour service is coming to the constituency of Groseley, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the year 2025-2026, it presents a wide array of opportunities for the people of Groseley and youth and sports enthusiasts of this country. Let me once again thank the people of Groseley for their support and patience with this government. We are not perfect. I am not perfect. I'm not Jesus Christ, Mr. Speaker. We are not a perfect government. But we continue to work hard, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to continuing to connect with everyone, Labour, Flabo. In the case of Grosley, PIP, Black, White, Asian, Latino, Arab, Bantu, Mr. Speaker.
PNM.
PNM too, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to connecting with all of you. Let's work together to ensure Grosley remains the best, most progressive constituency in the entire OACS, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby support the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call on the member for Soufriere, I have to tell the member for Grosley, I thought it was a complimentary ticket. I didn't realize it was just a save the date.
Mr. Speaker, it's a free event, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. It doesn't say that.
But why he didn't put...
Oh dear. Member for Soufriere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2025-2026 in the amount of $2,057,519,900 as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Castries East. Mr. Speaker, I take this moment to thank the Almighty for his continuous blessings and to thank the constituents of Soufriere Fauché-Jacques for electing me as their parliamentary representative and for the privilege of serving them in this august chamber. Mr. Speaker, I am truly and eternally grateful. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we've had several historic moments to be proud of. And today, this session of the 12th Parliament is yet another moment, Mr. Speaker, when we are debating a $2 billion budget for our country. We should also be proud that with another able captain at the helm, we are experiencing growth for 3 consecutive years, Mr. Speaker. Yeah? And, Mr. Speaker, we did not have to engage expensive external consultants to advise us on this growth trajectory. Mr. Speaker, we must be equally proud and thankful that we have been able to share that growth and the resultant prosperity throughout the length and breadth of our country. Be it with the provision of free testing for pregnant mothers, the phased introduction of our UHC program, support to our farmers and fishers, the introduction of our housing program, support to our youth development through the youth economy or the professional football league, or help to entrepreneurs through the MSME loan program, or salary increases to civil servants, police, teachers and nurses, or pension increases to pensioners, or providing continuous subsidy on flour and cooking gas, or providing vendors devices to facilitate credit card payments. Mr. Speaker, the list is endless. Yes, as a government, we have focused on putting the people first, and we must be equally thankful to the Almighty for his continuous protection, grace, and mercies on this journey. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance in his presentation on Tuesday told us that no one is forgotten in this budget. I must add to this by saying that no one is left behind. We are progressing forward together. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the articles from the IMF and other international bodies on the governance of this country and the progress that we are making as a country. So it behooves us, Mr. Speaker, to share that information, not for bragging, but for enlightenment, so that our people are conscious of where we are now, that they are conscious of our path for greater progress. For I believe, Mr. Speaker, if our people understand our pathway to progress, or if our people take a moment to compare then and now, they will not and should not go back to what existed with the other side. So today, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll present brief summaries of the resources used by my ministry. And then I will go into detail with what is happening in my constituency. But before I move forward, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Castries East. I want to thank my parliamentary colleagues, my permanent secretary and staff of the Ministry of Commerce, members of the Soufriere Constituency Group, the mayor, councillors and staff of the Soufriere Council, chairperson and board members of our various public institutions in Soufriere, namely the SRDF, the Piton Management Authority, the SMMA, our stadium committee. I want to thank the workers of the NICE program, the workers at the hospital, the fire service, the police, our teachers, and more than anybody else, my many prayer warriors. Mr. Speaker, I come before you now to present to the consumers and business community the amounts allocated to the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs in the estimates of expenditure, of revenue expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I note with much gratitude and appreciation the allocation of EC $23,101,600 assigned to the ministry in this year's budget. This represents a significant increase of approximately 34% over the amount provided in the previous year, financial year 2024-2025. Of this amount, 17.655 million or 76.4% will be directed to fund the project recurrent expenditure. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, this includes the ministry's operational cost estimates rolled forward from the previous year of $11,047,800, augmented by a provision of $319,600 to cover increased salary cost, plus $1,309,000 for 7 approved recurrent spending initiatives for this financial year to arrive at a total recurrent expenditure baseline of $12,676,400. The new initiatives, Mr. Speaker, include an increase in subvention to our dedicated export promotion agency, Export St. Lucia, of $350,000. Mr. Speaker, we've seen enhanced support for the government supply warehouse of $500,000 and $284,835 to support the establishment and operation of the Southern Division of the Ministry of Commerce. Notably, Mr. Speaker, the total allocation of EC $17,655,100 for recurrent expenditure, which I referred to above, includes an allocation for $4,978,700 to fund the recurrent expenditure associated with the implementation of 6 projects, which are a mix of new and ongoing initiatives. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the capital expenditure, a total of $5,446,500 have been programmed for this financial year. This allocation includes $5,114,500 for project-related expenditure and $332,000 for non-project capital expenditure, such as the procurement of equipment for the government supply warehouse. Mr. Speaker, the resources to fund the capital expenditure program of the ministry will come from the following sources: $3,266,440 from local revenue, and the remaining $2,180,060 from external sources, including grants of $575,000 and loans of $1,605,060. Mr. Speaker, as we endeavor to forge ahead with our agenda, we are mindful of the new realities confronting us in terms of global economic environment characterized by shifting dynamics, which has resulted in growing anxiety, market volatility, and uncertainty caused by changes in policies of and among key trading partners with far-reaching geopolitical ramifications, especially for small island states such as St. Lucia. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we are confident that the resources provided in this budget will go a long way in helping the ministry, guided by our 2025-2028 strategic plan, to better support local business community, which has just only and are still recovering from COVID-19. Despite these challenges, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to continue to provide direct resources, the resources provided to us to strengthen the economic resilience of our private sector and to promote their sustainable growth and development. Mr. Speaker, some of the funding here under our MSME loan grant program, I will go in a lot of detail during the policy debate, Mr. Speaker, but this amount we had initially at EC $10 million, and I am pleased that the Honorable Prime Minister has provided an additional amount of $4,135,398 to this program, Mr. Speaker. In the ensuing year, we have allocated $135,958 towards additional admin fees because that project period has extended to the years 2025-2026. EC 925,000 is apportioned towards technical support and capacity building to strengthen the ability of the businesses to perform effectively and for business owners to develop skills, knowledge, resources, and systems, ultimately leading to improved efficiency, innovation, and resilience. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, 3.2 million is allocated to support cooperatives, bakeries, and additional MSMEs. It is anticipated at least 18 bakeries will benefit from this capital injection, where up to EC $50,000 can be accessed by bakeries. For our cooperatives, it is projected that at least 13 cooperatives will benefit, with 3 operating within the blue economy. This leaves an opportunity for approximately 30 MSMEs, and our focus then will be on pre-ventures and startup enterprises, Mr. Speaker. Again, the details will come if the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another program that we've had this year, that we've had for previous years, and we receive a support of $150,700 for our SBDC Young Entrepreneurs in Action program. Mr. Speaker, this program provides our young people an opportunity for work attachment during the summer. Mr. Speaker, under our Love St. Lucia campaign, a program that is extremely important and focuses on strengthening our economy by supporting local businesses and encouraging our people to buy local, we receive an allocation of $100,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in today's digital world, technology is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. And for this reason, on our program, Digital Enhancement, we receive an allocation of $136,098, Mr. Speaker. This program is extremely important to support our MSME loan program. Mr. Speaker, in terms of commerce and industry, I am pleased that we've received an allocation of $66,985, Mr. Speaker, and that is important because it is to fund a position within that ministry, Mr. Speaker. In the area of consumer affairs, Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to strengthening commerce, improving supply chain efficiencies, and ensure that essential goods remain accessible and affordable for the people of St. Lucia. To this end, Mr. Speaker, our government continues to subsidize the cost to the consumer to a total of $13,507,249 during the financial year 2024-25. Of this amount, Mr. Speaker, approximately $10 million was directed directly to the subsidy of flour in order for us to maintain the price of bread for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. $10 million for the subsidy of flour alone. Yes, for the year. Mr. Speaker, the supply warehouse is a very important institution for the people of St. Lucia because, first, Mr. Speaker, we had to increase the provision under the supply warehouse by $500,000, and this additional funding will allow for improvement in the procurement process, Mr. Speaker. We needed to improve inventory management and storage capabilities in ensuring that essential goods remain constantly available at fair prices to our consumers. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we receive an allocation of $180,000 for the procurement of a forklift. And that was important, Mr. Speaker, to improve the handling and movement of these bulk goods, as well as to minimize damage and product loss caused by equipment malfunction. Mr. Speaker, there is also an allocation of $1.2 million geared towards the relocation of the government supply warehouse. Mr. Speaker, from last year we've had a similar provision for the warehouse. We are getting the cooperation of the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of trying to get new location for our warehouse. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Southern office, last year we had an allocation of $150,000 for the opening of the Southern division. And Mr. Speaker, on the 26th of February 2025, our government achieved this significant milestone, and we opened a division of the Ministry of Commerce in Vieux. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, there is an allocation of $335,825, representing an increase of 123%, and of this, approximately $240,835 is allocated for personal emoluments, while $95,000 is allocated towards the procurement of furniture and equipment. Mr. Speaker, there is an allocation of $71,500, and that is for the upgrade of the website for our ministry. Under subhead 0602, Mr. Speaker, we have an amount of $225,060, and that is for the repartitioning of the space which now house our small business development unit, Mr. Speaker. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because the objective is to bring the ministry together, but it also has a second objective, Mr. Speaker, because we are going to have a savings, an annual savings of rent of $110,700 when the cooperative department is brought into the Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Speaker, under the area of cooperative enterprises, subhead 027, we have the solarization of the Fisher Cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, this project, which was conceptualized as a 3-year project, seeks to cause 9 primary Fisher Cooperative societies on the island to convert from fossil fuel energy to renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. And to assist with this, Mr. Speaker, we received an allocation of $575,000 for this financial year, 2025-26. Mr. Speaker, this project is important because our objective is to increase the contribution of cooperatives in promoting sustainable consumption and production pattern in this country, Mr. Speaker. We intend this year $140,000. We will pay attention to the Fisher Cooperative in Micoud and Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. $140,000 has been allocated towards the construction of a brand new fisheries complex for the members of East Coast Fishermen Cooperative Society in the Micoud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my government is investing in our fishers and farmer cooperatives as part of a comprehensive strategy to enhance our food security given the global turmoil and unrest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will keep speaking about Export St. Lucia. I will speak about Export St. Lucia in detail during the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. But I want to bring to your attention that there is a line item for Expo Japan 2025 with an allocation of $570,944, Mr. Speaker. And that is important, Mr. Speaker, because this strategic investment represents our government's commitment to opening new frontiers for our exporters, particularly in the fast-growing Asian market, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the next item I want to speak on is on our Regulated Substance Authority, Mr. Speaker. This new initiative, Mr. Speaker, receives an allocation of $3 million in this year's budget, Mr. Speaker, and that is to facilitate the implementation of the much discussed and anticipated regime for cannabis and industrial hemp, as well as for radiation safety and security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Cannabis and Industrial Hemp Bill will usher a new tide, and in an effort to ensure that the population is not just aware, but adequately empowered to ride the swells of this approach, we have embarked on a consultative process to review and inform on the components of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, adequate provision has been made in this budget for a robust public relations strategy. In addition, Mr. Speaker, out of the allocation of the $3 million, we have just over $800,000 allocated for the purchase of a seed-to-sale traceability software, Mr. Speaker. This software is mandatory to satisfy banks receiving cannabis-related funds that the funds are accounted for and are not proceeds of money laundering. And secondly, to allow for auditing of the industry to satisfy the International Narcotics Control Board and other international bodies. So, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, we will continue to provide opportunities for our people. Mr. Speaker, now I want to turn my attention to that of my constituency of Soufriere, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from July 2021, when the people of Soufriere elected me as the parliamentary rep, until now, I have remained steadfast on the mission of working collaboratively with them in transforming the constituency. Our tagline, Mr. Speaker, together let us transform Soufriere, remains our mantra as we continue to work 24/7, laser focus on transforming our constituency. Whether it is through uplifting families, by providing support to unemployed mothers, with school fees for preschoolers, help with school books and uniforms, scholarship to children of higher learning or technical vocation, or improving housing, whether it is a wooden structure needing plywood and galvanized, or a concrete structure needing cement and blocks. We have provided building support to hundreds of families, enabling them to have a night rest without getting wet. Or, Mr. Speaker, our creating and strengthening of institutions, whether it be the Soufriere Regional Foundation, or the Soufriere Fisher Cooperative, or the Bellevue Farmer Cooperative, or the Fonchejacques Development Committee, or the Fonchejacques Farmers Group, or the Soufriere Vendors Association, we continue to see citizens' participation and institutional strengthening as critical to the development of the constituency, thereby causing us to provide assistance in the form of technical support as well as funding. Mr. Speaker, another area that we are focused on is on the building of our creativity and innovation by providing support to our youth in the area of training, entrepreneurship, sports, pageantry, or the establishment of our Soufriere Community Orchestra or our Soufriere La Rose Group. In the area of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, we have focused on improving the constituency community by community. We have maintained dialogue with our constituents, whether it is after church, after funerals, at the Soufriere markets on Fridays, on Saturdays, at sports meets, or at periodic visits to communities of Fonchejacques, Mini, Esperance, Barons Drive, Palmis, or through our Let's Connect radio program, or on social media. I have remained connected to the constituent. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not have to tell them, remember me, like some people are doing in recent times, Mr. Speaker. I don't have to tell them that. I've been with them, Mr. Speaker, and I remain with them, listening to them, serving them, and meeting their needs as much as I can. This is why, Mr. Speaker, these estimates are so welcome by me today, Mr. Speaker. So I will commence by reporting on what was promised last year, what was achieved, and what is in the pipeline, and what I will need the support of my Honorable Prime Minister and parliamentary colleagues to bring to the finish line. Mr. Speaker, for the year under review 2024-2025, the constituency of Soufriere Fonchejacques received community development allocation, the holy CDP. And this was used, that's the saving thing. Yes, the CDP. Even Bradley enjoys some of that. Yes. Educational and skills development programs, agricultural development, infrastructural development, housing improvement, business development, community and cultural development, tourism development. I will attempt, Mr. Speaker, to give details of each of those planned programs. As I've said, the bulk of the projects implemented in the constituency was funded under CDP. Mr. Speaker, before I delve in the provisions of the estimate, with your permission, I want to pause and recognize persons and businesses that have helped us in the constituency. In the area of youth development and sports, Mr. Speaker, I must place on record my deepest appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Yasha Trubiskov, the Trubiskoy family, and Chasselet Jade Mountain for their sterling support to Soufriere youth, Mr. Speaker. They have sponsored every major sporting event. Every major sporting event. They are paying our electricity bill for our young people to practice on the stadium, at the stadium, Mr. Speaker. Without them, we would be in a lot of trouble. Mr. Speaker, this is what I say is truly a partnership between public sector and private sector aimed at youth and community development. Mr. Speaker, in the area of healthcare, my deepest appreciation to the management and villa owners of Sugar Beach Resort, Mr. Speaker, for adopting the Soufriere Hospital and providing equipment and the refurbishment of the Soufriere Hospital. This contribution is definitely transforming services and the ambience at our hospital. Mr. Speaker, during 2024-25, the following projects were in my shopping cart. 1. Etangs de Ville slope stabilization. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that this project, which was long overdue, started in February this year and is being executed by workers from Soufriere, despite the noise of the opposition. 2. The Bouton bus stop and lay-by. Mr. Speaker, this project is now, I'm told, the designs is now with the DCA, Mr. Speaker. 3. Our Bouton Colobet water project. Mr. Speaker, this project, which is critical for the businesses, hotels, restaurants, and residents of Colobet, remains incomplete. To date, the Colobet community has no access to potable water. This is costing the hotels and restaurants greatly, as they have to purchase water for the establishment while residents continue to be inconvenienced. So today, my plea is with the minister on my right, the senior minister, and with the Honorable Prime Minister to assist the Minister for Finance to assist us in causing this project to come to completion. Mr. Speaker, the other project in my shopping cart was the construction of a community center in Chateau Bel Air. Mr. Speaker, we have made some progress in this project. The lands have been identified, and I'm getting the assistance of the Chief Surveyor and the Commissioner of Crown Lands before this matter gets to the Cabinet of Ministers. I therefore again seek the help of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister for Finance, and my minister on my left, who is the Minister for Equity, for some assistance in that project, Mr. Minister. The next project in my shopping cart was the improvement in road electrification throughout the constituency. Mr. Speaker, some work has been done, but significant work still needs to be done to address the needs of the constituents throughout the constituency, especially to improve security and safety. The people at Mini are screaming. Ofin and Miss Rhoda in Diamond are screaming. The Airbnb owners and residents of Upper New Development are calling. The people of Bouton are crying. The people are calling. And I am in turn calling the Chief Electrical Engineer, Mr. Jean, for support. Mr. Speaker, I must tell you that only yesterday I spoke with Mr. Jean, and he gave me the assurance that he has all the lights that he needs. However, he is short on what you call brackets. He was expecting them about a month ago, but because of shipping delays, he believed that he should have them within another month. So I am asking my dear constituents, through you, Mr. Speaker, to be patient while these brackets arrive in St. Lucia and that they can see the light. The other item in my shopping cart, Mr. Speaker, was creating a connecting road from new development to the main road near Massey. Mr. Speaker, we have made much progress with this project. I have been informed that the lands have been gazetted and it is now available for the construction work. 7, we had the Barons Drive Learning Center in our shopping cart. And Mr. Speaker, this project has not started because it is linked to the GPH project and should commence around the same time as the GPH project, which I will speak on in a little while. The 8th project in my shopping cart was the renovation of the Soufriere IT Center. Mr. Speaker, this project has started and is being implemented by the Taiwanese embassy in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. There have been some delays, Mr. Speaker, but I have been reliably informed that this project should be completed by July this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project is important because Soufriere don't have library, we don't have HRDC, and it is critical that this IT center is completed to allow the residents to have access of some sort. The 9th item in the shopping cart, Mr. Speaker, was the GPH Soufriere port renovations. Mr. Speaker, this project experienced considerable delays, and the major one being Hurricane Beryl last year, July. After the hurricane, the developer had to look at the designs and make amendments based on the damage that took place at the Soufriere waterfront. Mr. Speaker, final approval on designs were provided to GPH earlier this month. They are now preparing final drawings for presentation to the DCA. Still on the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the following projects were in progress last year and are yet to be completed. 1, the renovation of the Fontbenier Park, phase 1 is completed. Phase 2 is 80% completed with 2 outstanding works, being the installation of the gates, Mr. Speaker, and the commencement of the landscaping, Mr. Speaker. And the second is the Park for New Development. This is an outdoor gym, Mr. Speaker, and this project has experienced significant delays. But, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to getting this project completed by the end of June this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now I'm going to look at what is in the budget, what is in the estimates, and how it impacts us, Mr. Speaker. On the education and skill developments, the Soufriere after-school program is funded by the Ministry of Equity and has some 80 children benefiting in that program. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this moment here to plead with my colleague minister on the left, the member for Castries Southeast, and the Minister for Equity, to keep this project funded for the years 2025-2026. And I'm using that same moment, Mr. Speaker, to ask the member to support our Palmis Learning Center, which is another after-school program, which is facilitating 20 to 30 children. Last year, that project was funded by me under my CDP program, and I'm hoping that equity can assist in that regard. Mr. Speaker, our government back-to-school assistance program continued in 2024-25 with 540 students receiving support totaling $174,000.
Member for Soufriere, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This impacted some 424 households, Mr. Speaker. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Soufriere Regional Development Foundation supported some 281 students. In summary, Mr. Speaker, 833 children received back-to-school support in the constituency. And that is what I call transforming the community one child at a time. Mr. Speaker, under the area of agricultural development, under the head 41, an allocation of $43.345 million. Mr. Speaker, my work with the farming community continued unabated and supported by the Ministry of Agriculture and Export St. Lucia. And I want to take this moment to thank the Minister of Agriculture and member for Dennery South and his technical team, and Ms. Sunita Daniel of Export St. Lucia and her team for their sterling support to my farming community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I worked with individual farmers as well as the Bellevue Farmer Cooperative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the Bellevue Farmer Cooperative, we had no less than 21 interventions, Mr. Speaker. But I will mention only 5 here in the interest of time. They got some $19,500 for infrastructure and repairs. I assisted with the employment of workers to begin the seedling production. We had the establishment of 4 greenhouses. We had a joint venture project with other cooperatives to secure funding from the UBEC MSME for solar and equipment. We had the establishment of a refrigerated pack house and chiller truck from Export St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office in July 2021, the Bellevue Farmers Cooperative at Myers Bridge, Soufriere, was dead. Now, with this intervention, the Bellevue Cooperative is alive. Its doors are open to farmers. They are producing plantlets to the farmers, and farmers are now selling their produce at Myers Bridge based on an arrangement with the St. Lucia Marketing Board. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the result of strategic intervention in the farming community. And that result, Mr. Speaker, I want to have a quote. I want to read some excerpts from a report by Export St. Lucia. And I read, Export St. Lucia has successfully implemented targeted support strategies for the dashing subsector, resulting in significant production increases and export growth. This brief outlines key achievements, market development, and strategic intervention that has transformed dashing from a primary domestic crop to an emerging export commodity with strong potential in North American markets, with particular emphasis on the pivotal role of parliamentary support and financial stimulus. Mr. Speaker, again the report says, dashing production in St. Lucia has shown remarkable growth over the past 5 years. Production volume increased from 299.48 tons in 2020 to 566.19 tons in 2023, representing an 89% growth. Simultaneously, the value of production rose from EC 1.5 million to EC 2.8 million, marking an 8.3% increase. The most significant growth occurring during 2021-2023, directly correlating with the implementation of financial stimulus measures and targeted support. Mr. Speaker, I will continue working with my dashing farmers of Fauchejac, and it is clear that my intervention with farmers has yielded the desired results. I know that there are certain farmers that have developed their own additional production and they are waiting. Moi vle di un moment, especially pour ces farmers là, nous croyons progrès nous ja faire. Ces farmers là qui j'ai planté la Chine là et pourquoi jouer un assistant. Moi vle di moi kay venir autour plus tard ou à bon maintenant et moi kay regarder qui manière nous ça assistons à projet ça là. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, I am thankful that my farmers receive significant water tanks from the Ministry of Agriculture, signaling that this government, led by the member for Castries East and the Minister for Agriculture and the member for Dennery South, cares about our farming community. Never before have the farmers received such sustained love and attention. Mr. Speaker, under the area of housing, with the head 48, with $35,160,500, Mr. Speaker, the provision or repair of a roof above one's head is not a luxury, but a basic necessity. And this is what this housing program is doing. Mr. Speaker, from my CDP allocation, I have assisted 125 persons with building material, totaling some $250,000. While the SRDF through the SRDF, we have assisted another 50 persons with over $60,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my constituents has received attention from the Ministry of Housing, but my constituent is particularly affected by a lack of housing stock, coupled with limited land for housing development, as well as unavailability of houses for rent by locals. The majority of homes in the constituent are used as Airbnbs. Therefore, our constituents who may wish to purchase or construct a home oftentimes have to move out of the constituency. This is definitely not good for the development of the constituents, and I need support of my colleague ministers, the member for Central Castries and the Minister for Finance, to establish a housing project. You want them to move to Choiseul? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, under the CDP expenditure, I want to say we spent some $926,947 with 46 small interventions, Mr. Speaker. 4 retaining walls in Palmis, near the homes of Felicia, Leroy, and Robert. Extensive drainage works in Mini, Etang, Chateau Belair, Barons Drive, and Wingsville. Repairs to sidewalk in Soufriere Town. Repairs to the fence at the Fauchejac playing field. Construction of toilets and change room for the Fosheja Court, and the salt turning ceremony is on Sunday, God willing, Mr. Speaker. Fabrication of street signs and billboards, and the construction of the Zena multipurpose court, community meeting room, and toilet facility. The salt turning ceremony took place a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we had construction of 2 footpaths in Fosheja, one next to the house of Ms. Ronica, and the other the house of Mr. Monui. And we had repairs to drains and installation of grills near to Zenith at Fontbellier, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some works have started, while others will be commencing this coming month. Mr. Speaker, under the CDP project managed by the SSDF, we had no less than 326 interventions at a cost of $1.172 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the...
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 56, I am particularly pleased that my business community in Soufriere have embraced the opportunity presented by government, Mr. Speaker. And no less than 89 young people have benefited from the youth economy, and 69 persons have benefited from the MSME loan program at a cost of $875,534, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Head 56 Department of Economic Affairs, I noted that my new hospital is still in the budget, but it is, Mr. Speaker, in a balance. The elephant in the room is the high cost for this structure, Mr. Speaker. So I need to continue praying. Mr. Speaker, under the Head 46, Mr. Speaker, in the area of tourism, Mr. Speaker, we've heard from the Prime Minister and also from the Minister that tourism is on the rise. We in Soufriere are experiencing that rise. For the first time in January as well as in February, we had 4 luxury yachts in the bay at the same time, Mr. Speaker. But with this comes opportunities and challenges. Significant opportunities and challenges, Mr. Speaker. But what I am calling for is for collaboration among multiple actors, SLASPA, Commissioner of Police, Minister for Tourism, SRDF, SMMA, Soufriere hoteliers, boat owners, and myself as a parliamentary rep to put some order in the disorder, Mr. Speaker. We need to deal with this situation. Mr. Speaker, our Choiseul water vending booth has been put on a bit of hold, but I'm hoping that we can deal with this. Under the Head 37, Mr. Speaker, National Security, I see $92 million there, Mr. Speaker, and I'm praying that we can get some attention by the Commissioner of Police so that we can improve security both on land and at sea, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about the Zeno Court, so I'll not speak about it here, but on the Head 54, I am pleading with the Minister for Youth and Sports for additional seating at the Soufriere Stadium, Mr. Speaker. This project is important. We had Island Charms just last week, and hundreds of people could not enter because there was inadequate space, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Head 52, Ministry of Education, I want to plead. We have the digitization project, Mr. Speaker, and I would like the Minister to consider the installation of smart classroom at the Soufriere Primary and Soufriere Comprehensive, and I want to thank him for installing these smart classrooms at Les Etats and at Fonchejac. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our Prime Minister for supporting my seniors' daycare by assigning $1 million in this budget, Mr. Speaker, for my seniors' daycare. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for making provision in this budget for the admin building for Soufriere for Choiseul. Mr. Speaker, this building is critical for us. We do not have a place that our people can congregate. The ministries in Soufriere are all over the place. And we believe with an admin center in Soufriere, we are going to improve the services to the constituency of Soufriere for Choiseul. So, Mr. Speaker, with all what I have asked for, and if a shopping list that is open-ended, and with a generous Minister for Finance, I stand here endorsing this estimate of revenue and expenditure, and I pray God for the strength and stamina for our leader, our Prime Minister, and all our colleagues here to give us the strength to deliver to the people of this country what contains in this document. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Babonneau.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon for the purpose of supporting this motion where the member for Castries East, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance presented the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2025-2026, which stands at $2,557,519,900. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed into this debate, I ask for your permission, your leave, to mention a few things. There is a popular phrase that always guides me, and I recall in 1988 when I was principal of the Foaso Primary School. I recalled I had on my desk that there were three types of people: those who wondered what happened, those who watched what happened, and those who made it happen. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here today, I want to be among those who made it happen. And this is what this estimate speaks to. And there is also a very popular quote that gives me some inspiration. And it is, "I shall pass this way but once. Any good that I can do or any kindness I can show to any human being, let me do it now. Let me not defer nor neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again. Etienne D. Gallet. And I say that in the context of, with a question mark, 2 billion? I don't think we will pass this way again. We may get more or less. That is once we reach on this 2 billion. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank my family, my husband, Mr. Victor Poyot, my son, Fidelis Alexander, who are by me on a daily basis to give me the support and the courage. I speak today for the first time in the House without my beloved brother sitting in England following this House, Mr. Speaker. And you would not know how this gentleman has been following everything that happens in this House. And may his soul rest in peace. But the battle continues. I want to thank the people in the Babonneau constituency. And I like to touch them very closely by highlighting the communities that I traverse on a daily basis. Debara, Bourgis, Laguerre, Montciton, Plateau, Paybush, Lacroix, Gara, Babonneau Central, Timon, Fontassor, Chassin, Talvan, Kakojiwa, Hill 20, Cabish, Balata, Timon, and Union Terrace. I want to thank all of you for your confidence in me. I want to thank the staff of the public service, the Permanent Secretary, Janet Bernard, and her team, the staff of the Department of Labor and Gender Affairs, the Permanent Secretary, Sheila Imbert, and her team, the staff of Home Affairs that I worked with for about 2.5 years, the Permanent Secretary, Elizabeth Bailey, and her team, and the staff of National Security and Acting Permanent Secretary, Carter, and her team, the staff of the Constituency Council, and in the 5 constituency offices in Babonneau. I need to thank all of you for your support. It was a lot, it has been a lot, but we have achieved a great deal. For the last financial year, I wish to say thanks to the Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues who had the foresight in the person of the Prime Minister to assign me now the Ministry of the Public Service, Labor and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this motion and the amount of money quoted in this motion. I describe this budget as a rock of a budget. It is solid. On Monday morning, the Employee Assistance Program, unknown to me, distributed a rock for a cause. And to my amazement, these rocks were distributed to cabinet members, and I dipped and I picked up one for the Prime Minister. And by Tuesday afternoon, the Prime Minister presented his $2 billion budget. I'm very pleased with these figures as the people of St. Lucia stand to benefit from his pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I have to speak to the figures presented by the Prime Minister. It has been a challenge, it's a task to read 1,064 pages, but the time will not allow me to do so, to dissect and go through every single item on the page. Therefore, I will focus on the areas which falls directly under my watch and the areas the constituency of Babonneau stands to benefit from these estimates. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the Ministry of the Public Service, Labor and Gender Affairs. Head 22, Department of the Public Service, Roman numerals 9, total recurrent expenditure speaks to $64,750,500 with the total capital of $251,500 and a total for the agency which amounts to $70,002,000. When we look at executive direction and administration, the mission of the public service is one where this department is responsible for leading the charge and managing human resources and ICT to deliver exceptional public service to our customers. Our strategic priorities speaks to the department which is there to provide strategic direction, leadership in policy planning, management, administrative services, and human resource management to support national development goals. Public Service Management Bill and the strategic plan is one major area that this department has undertaken, and it is almost completed. What was achieved in the last financial year? As we look at the budget 24-25, the public sector modernization, this unit has so far completed 82% of this project, whereby more persons are accessing the online services, especially on weekends. Many people are using weekends now to do their businesses online, and therefore that actually creates a lot of pressure on the limited staff, because when they come to work on Monday, there is a backlog of applications that they have to deal with. Then we have, Mr. Speaker, DigiGov, implementation of phases 6 and 7 services. Police has 3 services: civil status, passport, systems integration for online application of work permit services, citizenship services, and full implementation of the National Authentic Framework. Then we look at government island-wide network with an allocation of $2,290,500. Many communities around the island have benefited from GINet. The Caribbean Digital Transformation Project, an allocation of $8,700,000, where they work with the ICT Evolution Project with an additional $3,332,700. This has been transforming the technological landscape in St. Lucia. Under policy planning and administrative services in the public service, rental and hire estimated at $27,654,809, revised downwards to $23,757,650. This is an indication of prudent management, although we are still burdened with the additional Orange Grove monster on the government's purse, which was designed and orchestrated by the last administration. Mr. Speaker, If you look at 1207 on page 142, you will also notice a sharp increase in projected allocation for the 25 to 26 financial year, because we were also caught up with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court projected increase in rent, which is about to start. I have heard the Prime Minister say that he does not play by doctors. He doesn't play by nurses. And I don't think he plays by lawyers. He also knows why, I suppose. And when he heard Supreme Court, he had very little choice. We had to move with the Supreme Court, which will add additional costs to the government purse for rent. And this is what is reflected here in the increase in rent in that estimate. Mr. Speaker, we have to retrofit the office of the Orange Grove Plaza to get additional funds to retrofit the building for government to use the space. And we are starting with $2.5 million for the financial year 2025 to 2026. On page 143, item 0371, the Graham Lucia Administrative Building continues to have leaks, and the government has to carry out major works on the roof. To improve, we are working on improving security at the Graham Lucia Administrative Building and the other government ministries. And if you know, Mr. Speaker, among the buildings at the waterfront, it's only the Graham Lucia building that is owned by the government. And therefore, we have to take care and maintain our own property. Mr. Speaker, we have shared services for South Division, where government is committed to provide more services to residents in the south of the island. And therefore, an allocation of $467,500 is placed in the budget to address that. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have persons on the other side talking from off the head and their gray matter, we let the facts and the figures speak for themselves and let it be the truth. Any increase in salaries is as a result of the government honoring its obligation to pay civil servants, and that has been done for a second and third time in a row. The last government negotiated with public servants and left the debt for this government to pay. The Minister of Finance paid the bill. Now we have to pay the last triennium. And then the next one is starting on the 1st of April, a few days from now. All this, the Minister of Finance has to find the resources to honor. Mr. Speaker, while we speak on negotiation, this is a very long and drawn-out process, which is very time-consuming. My ministry had the responsibility to ensure that everything was put in place so that the negotiations process goes on smoothly. This means my staff had to leave their regular duties to participate in the negotiations, and both of my permanent secretaries were involved. The secretariat for the team had to be involved, and they actually formed the staff to give support to the negotiating team, and this went on for over a year. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the government negotiating team and the trade unions, especially the Trade Union Federation, for their patience and cooperation in facilitating this process. At least the Prime Minister can sleep now. Are you sleeping, PM? Although the purse is empty. Back pay is paid and salaries have increased. All what has been done, there are some who are still not happy. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labor, Head 49, speaks to advance gender equality, promote fair labor practices, improve workplace safety, and foster employment in alignment with national, regional, and international framework through effective policies and enforcement of labor laws and regulations. We have to promote industrial peace in the country because labor and industrial relations services are necessary to promote and sustain a healthy and stable industrial relations climate in St. Lucia, which is conducive for national economic growth, employee and employers development, as well as investment in opportunities. During this financial year, which we are about ending, there were some major changes in the ministry where the Prime Minister removed the Department of Home Affairs from Public Service, Labor and Gender Affairs in his reorganization of portfolios. He established the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of National Security. Then the Public Service, Labor and Gender Affairs were further reorganized to form the Department of Labor and Gender Affairs under a new permanent secretary, and Public Service Department remained with its original permanent secretaries. This happened as part of the Prime Minister's commitment to strengthening the Department of Labor and place greater emphasis on the working population of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, line 101, page 644, shows an increase in salaries for the addition of a new permanent secretary to the department. Rental and hire increased significantly because gender affairs rental budget was added to the budget of labor, as well as the establishment of office space for the Labor Tribunal and the Minimum Wage Commission. So the figures move from $191,353 to $782,342. So that is what would justify that change in figure. There was a significant increase in grants as a result of the inclusion of the gender budget in the Department of Labor. To a large extent, the Department of Gender Affairs has relied heavily on grants to carry out activities in the department. In addition, the issue of gender is a cross-cutting issue in all ministries, especially in the area of gender mainstreaming. The Department of Gender Affairs has established gender focal points in most of the ministries to help in the implementation of activities in different ministries where the issue of gender is incorporated in the programs. For this, the ensuing financial year, in the Department of Labor and Gender Affairs, the estimates made provision for some improvements. For example, line 1201, page 656, there is an increase in the traveling allocation of $50,000 to facilitate St. Lucia's attendance in the tripartite arrangement as mandated by the ILO, International Labour Organization, to attend its conference in Geneva. The government must facilitate its attendance, and this could only be properly constituted if it is represented by the trade unions, the employers, and the government. The St. Lucia has not participated in this high-level discussion for a few years now. As a government which supports the workers in this country, we cannot afford to be absent from such an important assembly. We are not like some persons who claim to be of a workers' party, and they do not care about them. This government will pay them. This government has paid out a bonus increase to the workers, establish a minimum wage, pay pensioners and increase their pension, and give them additional pay. Pay Liat workers and Majestic workers who are deprived of their severance pay, and the list goes on. This is a government that cares about workers and will put every effort and energy in supporting the Department of Labor so that we continue to have industrial peace and to promote economic growth in the country. Mr. Speaker, line 1209, page 657, sees an increase in consultancy of an additional $300,000 to review the Labor Act. The current Labor Act has many areas of deficiencies, and this has to be corrected. The unions and the employers have asked the government to review the Act and bring the legislation to a level that is acceptable, fair, and in keeping with ILO standards. Again, Mr. Speaker, this government has no choice but to satisfy the demands of these entities to ensure that we maintain industrial peace in the country. We cannot do like some other persons on the opposite side who continue to call on citizens to get angry and cause disruption in the country. We have to fight hard to maintain peace and tranquility in Sweet Helen. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the constituency of Babonneau. This $2 billion budget is one where the constituents in Babonneau would like to know what is in there for them. In the previous estimates of revenue and expenditure, I used to go shopping with a basket. Well, this time around, Mr. Speaker, I have arrived with my trolley. Before I put items in the trolley, I want to briefly highlight what has happened so far in the Babonneau constituency as it relates to the expenditure. Mr. Speaker, Babonneau constituency is huge as it expands over a large geographical area. With the limited resources at my disposal, it was necessary that I put structures in place to address the needs of the constituents. Mr. Speaker, as I reference the estimates, all allow me to highlight some of what I have done for the people in Babonneau as I distributed the resources that I had the privilege to dispense and allocate for the best use by the residents in Babonneau as I put them first. Head number 41, agriculture. I provided fuel vouchers for the farmers during the dry season, and they're already waiting for the next round. We are entering the dry season. And approximately 70 farmers benefited from that. We repaired roads for the farmers to access their farms. The ministry did culverts. It's still ongoing, and they got hundreds of bags of fertilizer and over 351,000-gallon water tanks. The government had to cancel the lease for the agro-processing plant so that the farmers, we can reopen this plant so that the farmers can sell the produce. We have done work on the farm roads, drainage. The Maki farmers cleaned up a water reservoir for water in the Lager area. And I see on the head 41, capital expenditure to the tune of $6,780,000. So we are waiting for our fair share in that budget line. Minister of Agriculture, we will not escape, because Babonneau is Mr. Speaker, the breadbasket of St. Lucia. And we look forward to giving the farmers all the support, because a few weeks ago, there were no cucumbers on the shelves in the supermarket. And when I went to Maki, Mr. Speaker, the farmers told me they were the ones that put the cucumbers that you saw on the shelf. We have to work with irrigation to help them. We have to work with the drainage, and we have to improve the roads, because some farmers had already abandoned their farm because the roads were not good. And I had to step in, and we have done some work. We have done the drainage, and we have done some resurfacing, and now they can access the farm. So we look forward to your support, Minister of Agriculture. And I want to thank you so far. You have been delivering to the farmers. On head 48, Mr. Speaker, housing and local government, many families in the Talvan community could not pay for the land that they lived on for a very long time. And this government decided to sell the land to those persons who had resided on the land at the rate of $2.50 per square foot. And many families will benefit from that. The Talvan Housing Project, the Minister of Housing will make some disclosures later that we are going to get some locust housing there. But we also have the National Housing Corporation working on the projects where they have sold over 80 lots, and persons have purchased all these lots for them to build their homes. Right now we have the infrastructure work going on there now. I also saw on the head 48 that when we look at cemeteries, there is some mention that we will get government to purchase some additional land next to the existing cemetery at Foaso so that we can expand that cemetery. Right now, we cannot bury people there because it's already full. And we want to upgrade, Minister of Local Government and Housing, we want to upgrade Babonneau Central to a small town or village. You will decide, but we have the facilities and we are putting everything in place. Babonneau is expanding rapidly with many housing projects. Some are privately owned. So with a capital expenditure of $12,889,100, we hope to get our share of housing and local government there. On the head 52, we have the Lager Smart School. Minister of Education, it has been completed and we await for its official ceremony of commissioning from the funding agency, so that is still on the card. It's a big thing for the people at Lager. It's the most modern primary school. The government did not stop the project. We continued and we ensured that education gets its priority. I conduct termly visits to the schools and provide support to these schools through cash contributions and other trophies and other areas of support. There is a need for an early childhood center in the Gara area, Mr. Speaker. Repairs for the Balata and Debara Primary School. These two schools really need some attention. And I see a capital expenditure of $16,640,800. We are hoping to get some from that, Minister. Education is a priority everywhere we go. Head 53, Mr. Speaker, when we speak of health, and as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that we are in the process of starting and upgrading the 3 health facilities in Babonneau, Babonneau Central, Fontasso, and Laguerre. And the contract should start as early as in the next 2 weeks or so. So I'm very pleased about that. And we are going to establish an outdoor gym in Babonneau. There is a capital expenditure on the health of $18,030,500. So I'm hoping that Babonneau gets its fair share of the health contribution, knowing that Babonneau is a very rapidly expanding community. There are several housing projects that are going on in Babonneau now, and the population definitely is growing rapidly. On Head 54, all the playing facilities in the Babonneau constituency need to be upgraded. To date, work has started on the Babonneau Central and Resina in Gara fields. We are actually fencing that field, and it is next to the secondary school. The children are very excited, looking forward to that field so that they can release some of their excess energy. We did the resurfacing of that field, and we'll try and see if we can also put lights. That is in the center of Babonneau, and it's going to bring some life into the community. I actually built toilet facilities for Debara playing field. There was no toilet facilities there. The Fontasso playing field, an additional toilet facility for spectators, because the one that was there was for the players. Where it's located, spectators could not access the toilet facilities. And we are starting one for Balata. The Balata playing field is a very popular field. It has lights, but no toilet facilities. So we are constructing a toilet facility. And we have international players who actually go on that Balata field. Upgrading the toilet facilities, the sporting facilities in Fontasso, Babonneau Central, Laguerre, Debara, and Balata. All the fields are going to get some attention. And right now we have started, as I said, with Resina and Babonneau Central. We also want to give the Kakojiwa field, they want some space there to engage in their small goals and their activities. And I see a capital expenditure not so big, Minister of Youth Development and Sports, which is $2.3 million. Small as it is, we will try to see what we can get from here. And Babonneau has been doing well in sports. In spite of what some people say, they won the T20 Prime Minister's cricket competition, so they can play. And I have been supporting them. I did not just celebrate with them because they won. I have been having the parliamentary rep cricket competition. This year will be 3rd in a row. And I give support to Kimani Melius. I give support to the football team in Gara and Fontasso. So I have been there giving them the support. So when they do emerge, it's not by a stroke of luck. They are actually engaged in practicing and working hard to achieve. And the semi-professional league, some people I celebrated because they won the first match of the second tier of the semi-professional football league. Babonneau team was the one that won the first match. So we are engaged in our sporting event. Under Head 42, we want to upgrade Babonneau to a town, and therefore we have to bring financial services in Babonneau. And we will want the support of the Ministry of Commerce to establish cooperatives, credit union, and other financial institutions. We also want our Babonneau Development Foundation and small businesses in Babonneau. So I see a capital of 6,446,500. We will try and bring our trolley on that side to see what we can get for the Babonneau people there. I saw Minister smiling, so it seems she'll give some consideration to Babonneau. Then we have community tourism and tourist attraction site. I noticed there is a budget capital expenditure of 7,796,000. Minister of Tourism, I'm eyeing you on that one. We have to get a look at something. The trolley will pass by you. Let's see what you will put in that trolley. And Babonneau has a lot of potential. We said we want to describe Babonneau as an agro-tourism community. Our base is agriculture, and we support tourism. Head 22, Mr. Speaker, we have about 9 sites in Babonneau that has the GI net. And in the Bourgis area, because Bourgis is in a very deep area, it's very difficult to get signals there. And they had to establish about 4 points of the GI net in order to supply Bourgis area with internet. And we are going to establish an ICT center in Babonneau Central. All the equipment is there. We are just waiting to do the refurbishment of the building. Under head item 49, women and girls are organizing themselves to secure support for themselves and their families, develop skills for young women and single mothers. That is starting in the Babonneau area. On the head, got 1 new transport. However, when one considers the topography of Babonneau, the police will require additional vehicles. There is need for renovation and a facelift for the Babonneau police station, which will be in the center of the little town that we're coming up with. So that is an area we will want Minister of National Security to pay some attention to. And they definitely need some more vehicles to patrol and move around in that area. And I'm making an appeal on their behalf. The youth economy, head 56, the demand for support from the youth economy is way above the available resources. Therefore, more resources will have to be allocated to this initiative. It is oversubscribed, so that young people can establish their small businesses. On Home Affairs, head 36, we need to get support for construction of pathways for persons with disabilities. And there is a capital expenditure of $10,788,600. And we would hope that the Ministry of Home Affairs will allocate some funds as we move around to allow and create facilities for persons with disabilities to be able to maneuver with greater flexibility. Mr. Speaker, in the Babonneau community, persons are saying, what have you done? And it is important to share with you, Mr. Speaker, that we have constructed 7 bus shelters in Babonneau. And the way the network is, people are by the road, rain, sun, and they do not have a place to shelter to wait for the transport. And therefore, we did one in Lague, Savannah, Bourgis, Gara, Lacqua, Cabiche, and Pebouche. And we had some already in Plateau, Lague, Bourgis, Debara, Gara, Fontasso, and the Babonneau Central. We also erected directional signs because many people get lost when they come to Babonneau. So we have the community signs and the direction so you can follow to make your way around in Babonneau. I mentioned in the case of sports, we have built the toilets, we are refurbishing the playing field, and we are hoping that the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports will come to our rescue so that we can continue to promote sports among our young people in Babonneau. As you know, everybody look forward to the short-term employment program, and Babonneau usually employ about 600 persons in that. We have had burial of 15 medical vouchers, hampers, 400, and people are actually taking advantage of that. We have a new initiative in Babonneau, Mr. Speaker, called the Community Transformation Project. And it's a project that goes into certain pockets of the community. And we do a complete transformation. We start with a major cleanup, then beautification, housing repair, put internet, create employment for everybody in that area, ensure that every child goes to school, the child gets support to go to school, and make these communities independent and sustainable. These community transformation projects have started in Lague, Paybush, Gara, Fongasso, and now we are moving into Kabish and Talvan. Babonneau, we have had Babonneau Days, which was brought back after 16 years. We have had it for 3 consecutive years. The council introduced the bamboo bursting competition. That is a highlight. I noticed some other communities are trying it. That's very good. But that's a new initiative in Babonneau. And jazz, we had jazz about 2 years ago. And this year, jazz, rainforest jazz is coming back to Babonneau. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have a few what we call the mega projects that are coming. And they are mega because we say they must touch at least 1 million going up. If it's below that, it's not considered a mega project. We may call it a signature project. So the signature projects, we have a signature project in Fongasso, where we have the sporting village, Balata, the bus stop and market, Timon, the human resource center, Bogies, we have the Kenneth David
Babonneau,
John.
you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Bogies, we have the Kenneth David John Avenue and mural. In Gara, the daycare facility and the playing field. In Kako, the playing field. In Plateau, we have the tourist viewing site. In Lague, we have the Lague Gap development and the Lague playing field. In Babonneau is Babonneau Town Center, and in Debara we have a water purification project that was completed. That one is a mega project because it cost $1.3 million, and the people in Debara are drinking fresh and potable water. The good thing about the Debara project is that they are not Wasco water. That means when Wasco has a problem with water, the Debara people will continue to have water because their source is straight from the Lassosier mountain. So they have their purification plant and the water is purified and it actually supplies that community. And then the mega projects, we are looking at the housing project, which the Minister of Housing will speak to. We have the Babonneau Multipurpose and Administrative Center coming. We have the Lague playing field. It will be completely resurfaced because that playing field was like a swamp. It looks like a field, but inside of it had some deep holes. And therefore, we have to do the complete resurfacing of that field. And we are trying our best to cover the stands and put a canteen. We have already erected a bus shelter. So it will serve about 4 different communities. And the Debara playing field, the Minister of Youth and Sports will speak to that, where we are going to install lights and stands and extend the toilet facility that we have started and give some expansion. The field is a little too narrow. We are going to continue to expand it. Then we have the major roadworks, and Minister of Infrastructure will speak to the roadworks in Babonneau. And the #1 road will be the Asuba Road. The Asuba Road is the road that will connect Gara to Bogies. The people in Gara, when it's a certain time, they are trapped. It's like a dead end. They will not get transport to leave here by a certain time. But if we connect the Gara-Bogies Road, it will be a circular traffic road, and it will make life easier for the people in Gara to move around. And it will do the same for the people in Bogies. So, Minister of Infrastructure, I think you have everything ready for us to go so that we get the Asuba Road going. And then the Health and Wellness Center, all three of them are getting attention. And up to last night, we were in discussion with the Ministry of Health, and they will be in Fonwaso next week. So they are ready to turn the sword. So hats off to Ministry of Health. And then Minister of Infrastructure, we are speaking and getting ready to start the bus terminal at Shock. That is where the majority of the people in Babonneau assemble at night. It's a very dark and dangerous area, and the Minister of Infrastructure is already working on that. We are going to mobilize the community and ensure that the people have a better environment to it. All the hotel workers, young women, and all of them are assembled there. That is a necessary project. And then the agro-processing plant, the Taiwanese are working with us to reactivate that unit for the people to use. Mr. Speaker, with this huge budget, I trust that all of us will get our share and we will play our part in implementing the programs to make St. Lucia a much better place for all of us to live, as this government is making every effort to put the people first. We are there to serve you. I remain confident that in the coming months, there will be a buzz in Babonneau, as has started this week, and the entire country, where we will do what is necessary to improve the quality of life for our people. Mr. Speaker, I therefore give my full support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure 2025 to 2026 as presented by the member for Castries East and Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. With this, Mr. Speaker, I will pull with my trolley and I will go home to Babonneau to share the goodies with the people. I thank you.
Member for Vieux North. You yielding to him? Sorry. Member for Choiseul.
I didn't realize.
Saltibus.
No, let him go. No, go ahead. I yield.
You yield?
Yes.
I hope you make that a habit, eh? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to my colleagues, greetings to sons and daughters of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you permit me to just address a couple of community issues before I delve into the substantive estimates that we are here to debate this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that as I rise to speak today, I have to report of another violent incident in my community. Only 2 weeks ago, I was in this very chamber reporting of a death by violence of a gentleman from Industry Choiseul. And today, Mr. Speaker, I'm also reporting of the violent death of a Mr. Ken Ishmael, also of Industry Choiseul, whose life was taken away quite innocently, Mr. Speaker, because he never saw it coming. Mr. Speaker, you know, our community, that happened last week, Friday. Mr. Speaker, my community, is really reeling from this recent incident because many, many people have lost a loved one, and what makes it even more difficult, Mr. Speaker, is that the perpetrator, is also from a very large family in the community as well. So you have several people mourning in the community. This unprecedented scourge, Mr. Speaker, of certain deaths in the community, it has been hitting us very hard because not only have we been seeing an increase in violent deaths, but many, many, many unprecedented deaths from illnesses, Mr. Speaker, and the number of funerals I've had to attend in recent times, have really been unprecedented and taken a toll, Mr. Speaker, on the community. So I want to take this opportunity to express profound sympathies to the families. I would like to invite every member and those listening and viewing to a barbecue on Saturday, this Saturday, to raise funds for the family of the chopping incident. They're trying to raise funds to address because the main bread earner, was taken away, Mr. Speaker. On a more positive note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate. Yes, people are very distracted nowadays. That's what it is. On a more positive, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate all the athletes who recently performing at the various disciplines. I recognize on Sunday we had the inter-champs, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud of what particularly the young people from Choiseul have been performing, Mr. Speaker, and they have been making their parents very, very, very proud. I look forward to their performance at upcoming Carifta, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also on a positive note, I must say that we're very happy that after almost 2 years of negotiating and speaking to the Minister of Sports, the lights at the Lafag playing field have finally been restored, Mr. Speaker, and the residents and the players are extremely happy, to the point that we will be seeing our very first friendly match this Friday with Choiseul Craft Masters versus the Police at 8 p.m. And I also wish to extend an invitation, Mr. Speaker. The playing field, oh yes, definitely. I did install lights on the field. Yes. Thanks for that plug. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the Lafag playing field will be the venue for 5 of the SPL T20 matches. The first of these matches is scheduled for the 25th, with the Choiseul Craft Masters going up against Soufriere Stumpers. Mr. Speaker, and St. Lucia is very aware that the Choiseul Craft Masters is a very formidable team, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very certain that we will end up in the finals, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the Choiseul Credit Union for being a dedicated sponsor to the Choiseul team, Mr. Speaker. To show how much that we were waiting on these lights to be repaired, Mr. Speaker, we actually have, starting April 5th, night Soccerama, starting at 7 p.m., Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot overemphasize the amount of economic activity that these night activities, bring to the community. Several vendors come to ply their goods, Mr. Speaker. It also brings the community together and lots of engagement. So, Mr. Speaker, while it took a while coming, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that we have finally received our lights, and we look forward to, we're in the season of Wule Laba, Mr. Speaker, and a lot of that will be happening over the coming weekends, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but while I'm at it, I also, the member for Gros Islet is not in the chamber, but as the Minister for Youth and Sports as well, Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind him of a promise he made to the Choiseul cricketers to provide batting nets. The players are really looking forward to that. Choiseul is well known for our prowess in cricket, Mr. Speaker. So we look forward to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you also allow me, I would just like to respond to a couple of things that the member for Gros Islet said with regards to accusing the last administration of not doing anything as it relates to the young people of the country, Mr. Speaker. I allowed him to speak, Mr. Speaker, because I knew I would have my opportunity to respond. The member indicated from a business perspective that the last administration did nothing to help the young people. Mr. Speaker, I would speak first from the ministry that I was responsible for in the last administration, where we amended the Finance Act, Mr. Speaker. And if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I will read a note as to the genesis of the bill that was passed at the time. And the note says, engendering a proactive approach to private sector development, this provision allows for the needed flexibility in considering future policy changes in lieu of the evolving needs of the business community. It also takes into consideration the phased approach of the National Services Policy, whereby additional services subsectors are to be incorporated. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret, Mr. Speaker, that there were only two sectors getting benefits as far as concessions were concerned, and that being the tourism sector and the agricultural sector. As a government, we saw the need, because of the times that we were in, to broaden that benefit to several areas, Mr. Speaker. And so we looked at 5 sectors, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Soufriere, who is currently the Minister of Commerce, can appreciate what has been done. Mr. Speaker, we brought a bill to Parliament to amend the Finance Act, where the 5 sectors that I will be mentioning would have been able to get duty-free concessions on items being brought in as far as it relates to their specific businesses, Mr. Speaker. The first area we looked at, Mr. Speaker, was professional services. And under that area, accounting services, management consulting services, photographic services, architectural services, engineering services, Mr. Speaker. Integrated engineering services, printing and publishing services, veterinary services, and medical and dental services. The next sector, Mr. Speaker, was the creative industries to benefit. And under that heading, people who are involved in motion picture projection service, entertainment service, sporting and other recreational services, motion picture projection and videotape production and services, Mr. Speaker. The third part, Mr. Speaker, was information and communication technology, and that area benefited telecommunication services, online information, and or data processing, including processing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the fourth part was spa and wellness, which included beauty and spa, physiotherapies and services provided by midwives and paramedical personnel, medical laboratories. Mr. Speaker, I could have appreciated if the member had said that the last administration started this and we capitalized on it by introducing the youth economy to ensure that several, and you broadened it, that's what I'm saying, but do not come to this house and indicate that nothing was done by the last administration, because this was a very significant amendment, Mr. Speaker, to businesses in, and if you look at the sectors, Mr. Speaker, a lot of young people, and in fact in my time while in the ministry, I could tell you of the number of applications where people came in seeking benefits from this, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, Madam Minister for Commerce, member for Soufriere, in her term, has also brought to the House, Mr. Speaker, where businesses have benefited. So, to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that we have not done anything for young people, Mr. Speaker, I thought was a very unfortunate statement, Mr. Speaker. I will go to sports, Mr. Speaker. I will go to sports. Because the member also said that we did nothing for sports. Mr. Speaker, we look at infrastructure development that was done in various sporting fields across St. Lucia. In fact, I was very happy to see, the inter-island champs for the second time in Soufriere. And Mr. Speaker, I will not repeat the unsavory things that was said about the artificial turf. We all know unfortunate statements, Mr. Speaker. But if the member from Castries South and my friend from Vieux North is saying that you're still saying, if you're saying, Mr. Speaker, that this field is dangerous to the health of young people and you are promoting so much activity, that's what you're saying. You tell me you still stand by your word, and you didn't let me finish. But I was speaking to the unfortunate comments that were made that artificial turfs, it has carcinogenic properties which are dangerous to people using them.
Of course, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Because I put it to the people and the people did not want it. He asked me why I put the parties. I have to go by the will of the people. I go to the will of the people, Mr. Speaker. But to say, Mr. Speaker, that the artificial turf is dangerous, and the fact that you are continuing to use the artificial turf, then you know what? I can say that you're creating a premeditated incident. But Mr. Speaker, I will move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will note that the members have been given a lot of peace when they were making their contributions, but they are heckling me at this point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no, I am responding. No, but we come in there. Mr. Speaker, the member also said that the member said that there was nothing done in the last administration as far as education is concerned as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last administration spent an unprecedented amount of money in addressing our school infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. A significant amount of, Mr. Speaker, if you had visited the various washrooms in some of these schools, Mr. Speaker, you would not want any of your family members to sit on it, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to lay that to rest as far as what the member said. But, Mr. Speaker, it was very interesting to see and to hear the member speak to his community center in Grand Riviere, Mr. Speaker. And the member spoke to all the benefits that this community can render to the community. That there's a waiting list and people are applying for things in that community center And it's almost 2 years, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 community centers in my community, PI and Choiseul, waiting to be opened, Mr. Speaker, that I have brought to the attention in this House. And up to a day like today, the people in the community are left to suffer because they cannot get to use the community centers, Mr. Speaker. Community centers, Mr. Speaker, that was put in place for the people in the community, Mr. Speaker.
About shame? You shame? Huh? You want to talk about shame?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
You could have fixed it. You were there.
I will move now
Fixed it. Why didn't you fix it?
to the
4
budget.
years to fix it? And it was so important, 4 years.
Mr. Speaker,
He said $200,000. 4 years you want to fix it? Huh? 4 years? Oh, but he was there and he didn't fix it.
Mr. Speaker,
It burned down before he left
my
office.
good friend is coming in a little late.
It burned down before he left office. He didn't,
Mr. Speaker,
he didn't burn it down.
budget time is a marker when we come to the House, and we are also reminded of the people who put us to represent them in the Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Shaking in my boots.
And Mr. Speaker, it is a time, Mr. Speaker, to thank the people of Choiseul Saltibus for putting their trust and confidence in me, Mr. Speaker, for representing them. And I'm very assured, Mr. Speaker, that whenever elections is called, they will put me back in the House to represent them again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a student of literature, Mr. Speaker, and as one who has delved in theater, Mr. Speaker, I often reminisce on several poetic sayings, Mr. Speaker. And one of them, Mr. Speaker, that I remember very clearly. You see, Mr. Speaker,
Member for Grosley, I would
You're good at
point you
heckling.
to Standing Order 32.5, where as the Minister for Sport, you're allowed to speak again if the member states any matter relating to your ministry. So so please allow the member to proceed. Please allow the member to proceed.
It is up. He was absent, Mr. Speaker. He was
Well,
absent.
there is a television downstairs
I had no
for
idea
precisely.
where he was, Mr. Speaker. You're guiding him for something that he is not aware of, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I was saying, Mr. Speaker, as a student of literature, Mr. Speaker, and one who has delved in the realm of theater, there are many quotes that come to mind often, Mr. Speaker. And the one that has come to mind today, Mr. Speaker, is the one from William Shakespeare, from his play As You Like It. And he says, all the world is a stage, and the men and women are merely players. And so, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we see lots of theatrics. We see lots of people speaking loud, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, is what the people feel on the ground, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, is what the people feel on the ground. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the budget, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to express my concern, Mr. Speaker. When I read your note, when you sent a note with regards to the estimates, and also the note from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, regarding the new model. And Mr. Speaker, I must say I was a little bit concerned because I truly feel that the opposition should have been invited to a session at least to guide us on the new model and how the changes may affect the output for clarification, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just thought I should put that out there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the budget, Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the budget summary, Mr. Speaker, on on Roman numeral 5, Mr. Speaker, page 5. And also, as highlighted by the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, a surplus budget has been recorded. The question, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask today, Mr. Speaker, is at what cost to the people of St. Lucia are we experiencing a surplus budget? At what cost to the people of St. Lucia are we experiencing a surplus budget? And Mr. Speaker, you may ask me, but why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? And so I ask you to give me leave to explain why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, on many occasions in this House, has indicated that the high prices being faced is as a result of imported inflation. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I will agree to a certain extent that there is some imported inflation, Mr. Speaker. But I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that homegrown inflation is the biggest culprit. What do I mean by homegrown inflation, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you will note that again, Mr. Speaker, in the budget summary, we saw significant increases, Mr. Speaker, in our tax revenue. What could have caused such increases, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I will first want to address maybe one of the biggest earners of duties for the government of St. Lucia, and that is the Customs and Excise Department. So, Mr. Speaker, when goods are imported, we all know that duties are applied. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking to this House because this House is very familiar, but through you, I would like to speak to the wider public of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the duties are imposed based on CIF prices, and CIF means the costs, insurance, and freight. So, Mr. Speaker, whenever something is bought overseas, the cost of the good, whatever insurance to ensure that your goods, if it does not reach St. Lucia safely, that you have some sort of reimbursement, and the cost of shipping the goods, Mr. Speaker, are factors involved in customs calculating the duties. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to the health and security levy that has been imposed by this administration, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I speak to homegrown inflation, you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that there was a point in time when, and the Minister for Commerce have alluded to it on several occasions, where the cost of shipping has gone up astronomically, exceedingly high, Mr. Speaker. And when these goods come into St. Lucia, what customs would do, obviously, would charge you based on whatever the shipping cost was. That's the manifesto in front of them to address, Mr. Speaker. And you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that we came into this House and we urged the Prime Minister to follow the model of what was being done in Barbados and elsewhere, where shipping was capped at a certain rate and the Customs and Excise Department were then calculating the tariffs based on that cap rate. So if shipping, for example, Mr. Speaker, today was $2,000 and tomorrow was $6,000, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is you can cap it at $3,000 because there is no, government is not losing, you know, Mr. Speaker. Government is not losing because if you look, Mr. Speaker, government has continued to make excessive income from the taxes charged at the port, in addition to the health and security levy that is being charged, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, on a side note, I think it's necessary that we mention it in the House, Mr. Speaker. I mention it in the House because we know Mr. Trump has made certain pronouncements. Mr. Trump has made certain pronouncements as it relates to targeting shipping lines out of the USA and making them pay some serious tariffs if they come in through the USA, Mr. Speaker. So that can only mean, Mr. Speaker, that there's a possibility of when these ships come into St. Lucia, that shipping in that CIF will be very significant and will affect the taxes that are being charged by customs, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge the Prime Minister to very early, and the member from Ancillary Canneries, who I know crunches the figures all the time for him, I want to urge him very, very to look at capping, Mr. Speaker, capping the shipping very early, and to make a statement on that, Mr. Speaker, because only today I read a statement from Tropical Shipping, and Tropical Shipping said that they transport more than half of the goods that come to the Caribbean, and Tropical Shipping is not a U.S. original agency, Mr. Speaker. So it can only mean that we are expected to see significant hikes in the cost of importing goods, Mr. Speaker. Already, we are hearing the consumers as it relates to the high cost of living, and we better brace ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We better brace ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And I applaud the member for making the statement, I love St. Lucia. We need to go local in many ways. We need to do that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to drill that point home as it relates to how a lot of the high cost of living and the inflation is homegrown, because we could have taken some preemptive measures to reduce, and Mr. Speaker, to reduce the high cost of taxes that are being paid by St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other area I will touch on as it relates to homegrown inflation, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of fuel. The issue of fuel, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that the last administration had capped fuel at $13.95. Despite, Mr. Speaker, fuel on the world market, a barrel was $74.95 at the time in 2019. Now, Mr. Speaker, fuel on the world market is less than $70. And what do we have? We have a price of $16.95, Mr. Speaker. In fact, today, Mr. Speaker, when I check the price of a barrel, it's $69.20. Now, I do not know, since we left office, whether there's been any negotiation with the fuel dealers or Buckeye or where the people who bring the fuel as to increase their commissions. I don't know. But if that has not happened, Mr. Speaker, it means that the government is making significant revenue with the difference of what they purchase fuel on the world market and how it's being sold at the pumps, Mr. Speaker. And you know what happens when that happens, Mr. Speaker, when I speak about homegrown inflation? The domino effect. Spiraling effect. Because, Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, what's going to happen? You've seen the bakers have said to you, because of the high cost of everything, they had to increase the cost of bread. Yes, there's a subsidy in place, and that's the wise decisions that governments have to make. We've seen the transport sector also clamoring, and they have gotten it, an increase in transport, Mr. Speaker, because of the high cost of fuel, and they have gotten it, Mr. Speaker. What happened, Mr. Speaker? When you have a high cost of fuel, it affects production costs, delivery costs, packaging costs, Mr. Speaker. It affects everything across the line, Mr. Speaker. And when that happens, Mr. Speaker, and it compounded, because each of these areas I have mentioned there, in terms of production, delivery, transport, packaging, each of these carry the H&S levy, Mr. Speaker, the health and security levy. So at the end of the day, what reaches the consumer is a much inflated price, Mr. Speaker. And we have to look at this thing and be real, Mr. Speaker. We have to be real when it comes to that. I urge the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister has campaigned on putting people first. And Mr. Speaker, it's like, yes, there have been, and we have to admit it, there have been lots of social programs. There are lots of social programs, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, it's like you give with one hand and you take in with two. That's what happens. That's what happens when it comes to the whole issue of taxes, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be mindful of that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't come and TMT if anybody, you know. I don't come and TMT if nobody, you know, Mr. Speaker. I come and speak, Mr. Speaker, on the realities that affect us as St. Lucians and what I hear on the ground. Mr. Speaker, on the ground, you hear the people. On n'est pas marché, bail mauvais. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because what is happening is that the good citizens of this country are the ones paying. And I see there's opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister to make lawbreakers pay. And what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, every day you see it, Mr. Speaker. I was in my colleague's community only over the weekend. He's my colleague, and he has a beautiful place off the coast of Poilin. Beautiful place. I'm not sure how many of us have gone there. In fact, for the first time I saw the whiptail lizard, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what disappointed me in such a beautiful place was the amount of litter that I saw. The amount of litter. And it is time, I have spoken about it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I asked your permission some time ago whether I could have used the word salopte in the House. Because I was speaking to the amount of garbage that I see all over the place. And it is time that we start a special force, Mr. Speaker, to charge people who do these things. We boast beautiful beaches, Mr. Speaker. We boast our sceneries, Mr. Speaker. Okay? And yet still, people feel they can come and leave it for somebody else, Mr. Speaker. We have to start addressing this thing as a mature society. We are a growing society. Because if we don't do that, Mr. Speaker, pretty soon, people will tell us we have a dirty community, a dirty society. We have to start it, Mr. Speaker. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, I also speak, Mr. Speaker, every day on the road. You drive in behind trucks that are supposed to have tarpaulins holding down material, Mr. Speaker, lawbreakers. We need to start charging them, Mr. Speaker, and let's stop thinking about the political repercussions. You see, Mr. Speaker, I was having a conversation with the member for Soufriere this morning, and I told the member that there are some serious conversations we need to have as a society and take away the political connotations from it. Take away the political connotation, because it is about time, Mr. Speaker, we start making people... Mr. Speaker, the number of motorbikes that pass us without helmet. Sometimes the police, right there, you know, Mr. Speaker, the number of them that pass us, Mr. Speaker, we need to start charging. I heard that there was a... Well, I heard that there was an issue of an impound. That's very good. And make sure, Mr. Speaker, now, I may lose some votes for that statement, but that's all right. That's all right, because it is necessary, Mr. Speaker. It is necessary for us to start making the lawbreakers pay rather than the people who every day go about, building our society, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker,
I want to protect the country from you.
The member for...
No problem. For how much longer? How much longer?
The member for...
How much longer?
Grosley.
How much longer?
The member for Grosley spoke about what his administration has done for the police, Mr. Speaker. And he spoke about, Mr. Speaker, that under the last administration, how police morale was at such a low.
Everybody's learning about
And we know the important role that the policemen and women play in our society, Mr. Speaker. The important role, Mr. Speaker. And what I'm saying is, we all recognize the role. And it's not just about giving them vehicles. He said Rosalie has how many? 11 vehicles or 17 vehicles now? Okay? Mr. Speaker, recognizing the important role that our police men and women do in society. Why are we dragging the negotiations for so long, Mr. Speaker? Why are we dragging the negotiations for so long, Mr. Speaker? We boast surplus. Let's meet the policemen halfway, Mr. Speaker. Let's deal with that, Mr. Speaker. If you want to boost morality.
Security. So important.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, many of my former colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in making their contribution, you know, at one point I thought we were already in the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. So, but I will leave a lot of what I want to say for the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. But there are a couple of things, Mr. Speaker, I would like to clarify, Mr. Speaker. The member for Castries Southeast. That's you, yeah, Castries Southeast, Mr. Speaker. Under head 0577, you spoke about a new initiative which is called Infrastructure Development Program, right? Infrastructure Development Program. I would really like to hear a little bit more about that because I see an allocation of $5 million. Is that concrete and steel? Or plywood or whatever you want to call it? Yeah? Is that what it's... No, I'm through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking a member, you can answer me, you know. You can answer me, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure, okay. You see, because I was curious, Mr. Speaker, because I recognize you have a $5 million there for infrastructure. But yet still, Mr. Speaker, I note the Housing Ministry, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Ministry, I note that, and I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, whether you had taken over the NHAP, National Housing Assistance Program. But when I went in, I noticed there was still an amount, head 48,000, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to an amount of 1.789, 100, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, on that page 627, I note program performance information as it relates to housing, Mr. Speaker. And I note, Mr. Speaker, under the 24-25 program strategies, Mr. Speaker, point number 5, it says continuation of housing support to vulnerable and indigent persons under the National Housing Program, NHAP. And across it, achievement and progress, it says a total of 231 beneficiaries have received assistance through the National Housing Assistance Program, NHAP, which I interpret, Mr. Speaker, that there was housing assistance provided in 24-25, Mr. Speaker. And I will say it, Mr. Speaker, the last time any housing assistance was given to the parliamentary rep for Choiseul Soldibus was in June 2023, Mr. Speaker. I did not get anything last time, Mr. Speaker, so you see, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about putting people first, we must, no, I will come to that, I'll come to that. Mr. Speaker, when we speak to putting the people first, because people who come to my constituency office, Mr. Speaker, I don't ask them where they vote, you know, Mr. Speaker. I don't ask them where they vote, come to, Mr. Speaker. People come with various requests, Mr. Speaker, based on the urgency, based on their own vulnerability, Mr. Speaker. As small as what I get, Mr. Speaker, I send something to SSDF, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to that for a minute, Mr. Speaker, because quite a few speakers before me spoke on the CDP program. And, Mr. Speaker, no, address what I have said. What I have said, not what somebody else said. Not what somebody else said, okay? Mr. Speaker, under the last administration, I remember member for Vieux North, member for Laborie, member for Denry North, and my good friend
I was there.
from Castries South. And to a certain extent, the current Prime Minister, the member for Vieux South, was pretty much silent on it. But on every occasion that they got the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, it was damn licks, Mr. Speaker. They're not getting anything. They're not getting anything. They're not getting anything. So, Mr. Speaker, you would think, recognizing that that was a grave injustice, Mr. Speaker, they would come into office. They would come into office and they would say, boy, you know what? We come on the horse of goodwill. You know, we are a good government, a government for the people. We will come and we will ensure. But Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister authorizes $100,000 to one of the largest constituencies in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, okay? And he gives you $100,000 every 3 months, Mr. Speaker. You know what that is, Mr. Speaker? It's like, he give me a sword, and he pull the sword and he cut my hand. Because I'm bleeding, Mr. Speaker. Now I question whether, boy, that is a political maverick at play, because he knows the pressure I'll come under. You know? So is that what he was doing, Mr. Speaker? Because under that $100,000, under that every quarter. But under that 100, listen to me. No, I want to give me time. But that's the point, member, that I am saying. The opposition at the time called hell and damnation on what they considered unfair, you know, they did it. So it cannot be wrong when you're in opposition and now you want to say it right. It can't be wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, anyway, Mr. Speaker, so they gave me $100,000. Out of that $100,000, $20,000. Listen to me, please. $20,000, Mr. Speaker.
Let me see how bold you are. What is an injustice today? What is an injustice yesterday?
One thing, you know, you're a very good defense lawyer, but I'm not sure the politicians. You're a very good defense lawyer. But, Mr. Speaker, so out of that $100,000, $20,000 goes into social programs, Mr. Speaker. So, medical, Mr. Speaker, school, which is education, Mr. Speaker, various activities in the community, burials, Mr. I just told you the number of burials I have been in the communities, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a very long list of people who want help, Mr. Speaker. And you know what they're saying? When they meet members opposite are saying, may Bradley Cashman l'argent. Bradley Cashman l'argent. So they put in the member for Choiseul Salty Bus under some pressure, Mr. Speaker, because people are under the impression that the same 22 roads that the member for Grocery say he's doing, that I get in that same kind of money, Mr. Speaker. So that's why he said the member give me a sword and he pulled it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker,
Why didn't you speak out against it then?
you know, Mr. Speaker,
Speak out against it before. Why did you speak out against it before?
the other issue I have, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the CDP program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Who could ever stop you from talking?
the other thing that the members at the time, Mr. Speaker, at the time the members opposite said that there's so many things happening in our community with no consultation with the parliament. In fact, you see what I do in there? I was in theater, so I'll actually mock the member of the... No consultation! That was the member, current Prime Minister. No consult. In fact, you had them Belarus doctrine, Mr. Speaker. I tell you, the Belarus doctrine, if there is something called Belarus doctrine, is so alive, Mr. Speaker, in my community. There is so much happening in my community. But, and I'm coming to that, I applaud people from sectors who ensure that they involve the parliamentary rep. But there's a big majority, Mr. Speaker, who bypass the parliamentary rep. And I only seen it when I pass things that are happening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a story. Let me give you a story, which is a very shameful story, Mr. Speaker. A very shameful story.
Member for Choiseul, allow me to consult with you to tell you you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, sir. I will finish before that time. Thank you. A very shameful story, Mr. Speaker. There are so many people here boasting about jazz in their community, Mr. Speaker. I applaud that. I applaud that. We expand the jazz. We expand the jazz to the communities, outer communities. Beautiful, Mr. Speaker. I applaud that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am called as a parliamentary rep, and I'm asked to be at a meeting where we want to discuss Choiseul jazz. I know of course, Mr. Speaker, the Zoom meeting. And Mr. Speaker, a wannabe parliamentary rep comes on that Zoom, recognizing Flex, that's the name on my phone, on the Zoom, and the person would indicate, what is Flex doing in my meeting? Distasteful, Mr. Speaker. Distasteful. A wannabe parliamentarian. What is Flex doing in my meeting? To the point where people at the meeting were so upset, they left. They left, Mr. Speaker. And I saw that as a brilliant opportunity to bring everybody together, Mr. Speaker. Everybody together. That's you. You know, that's the kind of thing that happened, Mr. Speaker. We have to condemn that kind of thing. Because going forward, Mr. Speaker, and you will recall, Mr. Speaker, you will recall that same individual, when I won the election, the following day she was with a loudspeaker saying, Bradley is powerless, even if you all vote him in. That leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. That leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. Which part? For a loudspeaker? If it's but weren't you the one who asked her to draw the statement? To withdraw it? You asked her to withdraw it, and she went online and she withdrew it. Now, Mr. Speaker, you've given me. I've had the best junior Creole in Choiseul. The best. Mr. Speaker, I speak to my former colleague, the member for Castries North, Minister of Infrastructure. I wish to speak to my former colleague, the member for Castries North. Not Gayaba.
30 million for the other one?
Choiseul in its entirety. Because I noticed line, Mr. Speaker, for you, line 0028, Choiseul Roads Rehabilitation. 000000000. That's an old program. So that's so I can say that's a draft. 2526 00 2526 00. So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I notice you have significant funds under potholing, and so I'm hoping, even if that we get, and it's that we can get, we'll take it. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, 320.
You just said 100.
No, 20 in social programs.
It does not matter. You get 400.
So Mr. Speaker,
You get 400 a year.
when you have $80,000 every quarter to do up something in Choiseul, you know that can even be a drain for you.
But when you have zero, people will succeed when you have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'll move on. Mr. Speaker. Okay. Mr. Speaker, under land acquisition, the Prime Minister spoke about settling, I think you said 40 million in land acquisition, and we have to recognize how these things have been long outstanding, Mr. Speaker. But in my time, Mr. Speaker, I acquired 4 pieces of land in Choiseul for public use. One in La Pointe, one in Delsay, one in Newfield, and one in Monsieur, Mr. Speaker, for various public use, Mr. Speaker. And I must lament the fact that they're just there, and I would really want the necessary, attention paid to it for the people, Mr. Speaker. It's not for Brad, it's for the people. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, when you attack the member for Choiseul Saltibus, or when you try to deny the member for Choiseul Saltibus, you know what that does? You just give the member for Choiseul Saltibus a lot more strength and resilience. Okay? And I can tell you, the only time this member for Choiseul Saltibus will not be in this house is when he decides to step down. Okay? When, you know why, Mr. Speaker? You know why, Mr. Speaker? You know why? This member for Choiseul Saltibus is not no great pretender. And I've said it before. What you see is what you get. I am real as it comes, Mr. Speaker. I don't tell you one thing to your face because I want your vote, and at the end of the day, something else, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just give me, I think I only need 5 more minutes. I want to speak to the member for Vieux, Minister for Health, with regards to...
You have more than 5.
I do. Okay, thank you. The member for Vieux North, the issue with Comfort Bay. I remember at a presentation in the House, the member said that the situation was so bad at St. Jude's, where people kind of disowned their family members, and you all had to move them to Comfort Bay. So it suggests to me that Comfort Bay had some space. You said people at St. Jude's who were not coming and check on their family members, you had to move them to Comfort Bay. Okay. Not exactly that. Okay, but so, Mr. Speaker, I find that, you know, we have a lot of residents, you know, in the community of Choiseul Saltibus. We have a great population of senior citizens, and senior citizens who do not have people to really look after them. In many cases, it's neighbors, you know, the good heart of neighbors, Mr. Speaker. But I find getting into Comfort Bay is very elusive, through you, Mr. Speaker, through the Mayor. It's very, very elusive. And if it's one of the things I think governments should do, Mr. Speaker, is to provide additional space for senior citizens, Mr. Speaker. Because they have, remember, Mr. Speaker, the senior citizens of today are those who grew up under tremendous pressure, Mr. Speaker. They didn't have the means to make a comfortable life today. And as a result of that, many of them are living in some very, very unsafe conditions, Mr. Speaker. You see it and you turn around because you want to cry, Mr. Speaker. And I think the state needs to really put in the resources, Mr. Speaker, to take in many of these people, rehabilitate them, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, that kind of, we have to look at that, Mr. Speaker. I know Choiseul Saltibus have been clamoring for some more nice employees. That has not happened, Mr. Speaker. And I would really, you know, want to see, you know, some consideration being given to that, Mr. Speaker. The members think I'm asking for too much. I represent a community, and I'm asking what they ask me to ask, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, Mr. Speaker, 3 more questions, if you'll allow me. Just 3 more. We've been hearing a lot about the whole issue of Wasco and the plant and the deterioration of the plant, but I'm not sure where it is, and maybe the minister, when he's making his presentation, could highlight to me what sort of assistance is being given to Wasco as it relates to, you know, upgrading and ensuring that our water supply is more reliable and safe, Mr. Speaker. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot more to say, but it will be more applicable under the policy debate, Mr. Speaker. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for members, regardless of the heckling, you know. But I think my point was heard by the people that I represent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux North.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Holy Spirit and I thank Prime Minister and colleagues. I thank the Prime Minister for an opportunity to continue to serve in his cabinet, and I thank the people of Vieux for continuing to support me and continuing to give me love, continuing to pray for me as I continue to work in their best interests. Mr. Speaker, I support the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented by the Minister for Finance for 2025-2026. Speaker, there is no doubt. I never had any doubt, Mr. Speaker. I never had any doubt about the ability of the member for Castries East. We in this cabinet never had any doubts about the leadership of the member of parliament for Castries East, Mr. Speaker. But there is no doubt, the evidence demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that there is no doubt that this member of parliament for Castries East leads this economy, provides leadership to this country. And what do you find? Progress, economic progress, all kinds of progress in this country, Mr. Speaker. Look at the performance, look at the surpluses, and the member for Choiseul has a problem with that. Why do we have surpluses, and how did we get to these surpluses? And he went on to explain what he thinks are the negatives. But look at the difference, Mr. Speaker, between the results of this Prime Minister and the results of the former Prime Minister when he existed, Mr. Speaker. Look at the results. It's like night and day. Under this Prime Minister and the member for Parliament for Castries East, Mr. Speaker, unemployment is down. The economy continues to grow year in, year out since he came into office, since we came into office. The economy is expanding. This Prime Minister has skillfully created the fiscal space for us to take care of our less fortunate, Mr. Speaker, and to provide even more social services, and the member for Choiseul Saltibus admitted it openly today. Mr. Speaker, the people of Castries East must be proud today, Mr. Speaker. The people of Castries East must really be proud of their parliamentary representative. The whole country is proud. The people of Vieux North are proud of this Prime Minister and our government, Mr. Speaker. Generally, St. Lucians are proud. No huge consultancies, Mr. Speaker. No high-cost companies to prepare our budget. Just committed St. Lucians, committed public servants who are allowed to do their work, Mr. Speaker. We trust our officials, Mr. Speaker. We trust our officials. We work with them. And look at what has happened, Mr. Speaker. Look at the budget. We trust our doctors and our nurses. We trust them, Mr. Speaker. We believe in our technicians, Mr. Speaker. We believe in our St. Lucians. We know our St. Lucians can do it, Mr. Speaker. And look at the budget. Look at it. Mr. Speaker, I just want to take a few seconds because just a few hours ago, I learned of another death of a member of an extended family. And this family has had so many deaths over the last 2-3 months, Mr. Speaker. Some of the deaths from accidents, you may have heard of the breadfruit tree incidents, 2 of them in the constituency of Vieux North. And also Gilo, our cultural hero, who was buried recently, is from the same family. I continue to ask the good Lord to give them peace and also to give peace to all families who suffer as a result of the deaths of the family members. I wish to thank my team at the constituency, the staff at the constituency office, the comrades who are in the field working. I wish to thank the staff at the Ministry of Health, the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Jenny Daniel, and the whole team. And I wish to say to Ms. Florius, who's recovering, speedy recovery and blessings. I wish to thank my family, Mr. Speaker, for continuing to bear with me this responsibility. And thanks to all those who continue to pray for me and care for me, those who love me, those who care for me, who pray for me all the time. Thank you to all of my constituents. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Choiseul Saltibus speaks about the police. In the policy debate, Mr. Speaker, we will have a chance to go through this, but why now? They allowed the police to languish the northern headquarters, Mr. Speaker. We'll speak more about that in the policy debate. They allowed the headquarters in the south to rot, Mr. Speaker. No money in the training vote for the police. And now they have the audacity to play as if they're speaking about the police. They have no love for the police, Mr. Speaker. And if they respected the police, they would not hold little balls with all kinds of fancy pink hats just to show as if they love the police. They would have put money in the real budget for the police. The Member of Parliament for Choiseul Saltibus spoke about Comfort Bay, and I agree with him that we have many senior citizens all around St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, who need assistance. And the facility at Comfort Bay can only hold a certain number of individuals. Right now, we are actually doing work, and work has been contracted or is in the process of being contracted out to change some of the offices so that we can secure more space. And then there is a lot of land. We are hoping in the future that we can expand the facility. But, Mr. Speaker, you'll note that the Prime Minister has allocated an additional $1 million to assist with the elder care program, which hopefully will bring some relief. But this issue about older people in St. Lucia is not just about taking them and putting them in homes. There's a wider conversation which we need to have with families and how we deal with dementia, and training for families, and how we deal with this thing where many individuals don't know how to deal with their elder relatives. It is a wider conversation and not just one for institutions. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, I wish to spend some time just to remind you and the Parliament of the brilliance of the work of this Prime Minister. This government has been projecting a primary surplus at the end of every fiscal year for 3 consecutive years, Mr. Speaker. And I quote from the Prime Minister's speech, which he delivered on Tuesday. Based on preliminary information, a primary surplus of 77 million is projected, equivalent to 1.1% of GDP. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, a current surplus of 141 million is projected for fiscal year 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker. A primary surplus, an overall surplus. Mr. Speaker, the government's prudent debt management strategy will yield better than expected results compared to the initial projections in 2024-2025 estimates, with the overall deficit narrowing to 147.9 million from previously projected 214 million, or 66 million less, as a result of good management, Mr. Speaker. So this is where I begin. Good management, and if you compare it to the management of the last government, which the member of Choiseul Saltibus was a part of, and in the policy debate we can look at it, and we are going to look at it pre-COVID and post-COVID, Mr. Speaker. You can see that the management of this economy by the Member of Parliament for Castries East and Minister for Finance and Prime Minister is different to what the Leader of the Opposition managed and how he managed it. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this whole budget debate, the debate on the estimates, will prove to St. Lucians that they can never leave our economy in the hands of the Leader of the Opposition ever again, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to give you just 20 actions. 20 actions that were taken by this government to continue to put our people first. And we were able to take these actions. The Minister for Finance was able to do it because of his dexterity, because of his management of the economy, how malleable and how ductile he made the management of the economy. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, he was able, we owed over $80 million in land acquisition costs, Mr. Speaker. And I'm reading again from the Prime Minister's speech. And for decades and generations, we owed people whose lands were, we had land acquisition, Mr. Speaker. A total of $75 million were owed to suppliers for COVID-19 and pre-COVID-19 pandemic purchases, Mr. Speaker. We spent $40 million for land acquisitions, $25 million for the health sector supplies, totaling $65 million in expenditures. So when the member of Parliament for Choiseul Saltibus talks about surpluses, Misa nou ka fek surplus la. Ou e sa nou ka fe pi, Mr. Speaker? Instead of giving access to our land at $1 per acre for 99 years, we were paying the people whose lands the government, we had acquisitions over for generation and generation and generation. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We also paid $8 million to Wasco to settle some of its pressing financial obligations. Another $10 million in support to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex to meet its obligations, Mr. Speaker. Millions of dollars left over by the leader of the opposition as Prime Minister in debt to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex coming out of Victoria Hospital, Mr. Speaker. We paid $10 million. C'est ça nous décafé. 500 bonus paid to civil servants in December of 2024, Mr. Speaker, amounting to $7 million. When they were there, Mr. Speaker, there were talks. Anytime they had a little pressure, there were talks of cutting public servant salaries. That's what they were thinking about. Instead, what did we do, Mr. Speaker? Because of the malleable handling of the economy, what did we do? We paid $33.4 million in back pay to public servants, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference. A salary increase, Mr. Speaker, to the public servants. And you know what they were talking about? One of them said when they were in government that they can drop 60% of the public service and still survive, Mr. Speaker. That's what they were saying. Instead, we paid salary increases to the public servants. $500 in bonus to all pensioners in December of 2024, Mr. Speaker. An increase in minimum pensions to NIC pensioners to $500. An increase in minimum pensions to public service pensioners to over $700. That is what we were doing, Mr. Speaker. A lump sum payment to all pensioners of $500. That is what we were doing as a government. A one-time payment of $600 to all pensioners in November 2024. That is what we were doing. And while we are doing this, they are laughing at the government and criticizing the government for assisting 80-year-olds in this country, Mr. Speaker. So while they are cursing us for helping 80-year-olds, we are increasing the salaries of pensioners, Mr. Speaker. That's the work we are doing. That is the kind of work we are doing, Mr. Speaker. And there is so much more. A one-time payment of $1,400 made to all teachers for materials allowance. An enactment of a minimum wage. $10.4 million in public assistance. $2.8 million in grants, social grants. $8 million to facilitate back pay of employees of eligible statutory organizations. Provided 260 students summer employment, training of 79 new police recruits, $20 million to facilitate tax refunds, rebuilding of the Larry Shoes Health Center, opening of Betty Wells Urban Polyclinic, and so on. These are just 20, Mr. Speaker. 20 direct benefits to our people, direct to St. Lucians, as a result of the prudent management of the economy by the Member of Parliament for Castries East, Mr. Speaker. You were there from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, these 4 years. And plus, past 2021, in terms of the close to a month after you were supposed to have demitted office. And you compare it to our time and come up with your list of the things that you did directly for St. Lucians, deliberate policy, which benefited St. Lucians, ordinary business people and otherwise. And you can see that your approach was different to ours. That's why you failed as a manager of the economy. You failed. You failed. And you failed brilliantly. Because your failure was shining all over the country. Unemployment was high. Selling away of our lands. Bringing horses instead of hospitals. Giving $25 million to a consultancy firm to move Victoria Hospital to OKEU. And you are actually saying that nobody in St. Lucia could do it. It's only them that could do it. You all said that. That it's only that consulting company that could move the hospital from Victoria to Owen King EU to Millennium Heights Medical Complex. So you'll give them a contract for $25 million while the roof of OKEU was not good. That's what you all were doing. Failing brilliantly. So, Mr. Speaker, when I speak about what we are doing with the surpluses and so on, oops, sorry, sister. Sorry, sir. I want you to understand that we were working, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister again for his leadership. Thanks to Comrade Minister Wayne Girard also, because Minister Wayne Girard is being guided by the Prime Minister and is giving the Prime Minister great support. Great support, Mr. Speaker. I promised the people of Vieux North, Mr. Speaker, to build and develop a constituency around education, economic opportunities, small and micro businesses, increase access to improve health care and support to the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. We know that improving infrastructure, especially roads, Mr. Speaker, is very critical to our constituency. Mr. Speaker, Head 42 Education, last year over 400 parents benefited from bursaries to assist with school expenses, university, tertiary, secondary. That is in addition to the $500 each parent received. The hiring of 24 principal assistants will benefit the constituency of Vieux North. There are schools, all the schools need principal assistants, but I know the ministry can only do some. The rehabilitation of major schools, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to announce that after over 30 years, for the first time, the Piero Combined School in Vieux North, if you go there now, it's not if you shoulda or woulda or coulda, you know. If you go to Vieux North now as we speak, to the Piero Combined School, a new wing is being built, the pillars are already up, Afro-Exim Bank project, and I wish to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister for Education for including the Piero Combined School in this project, Mr. Speaker. I did promise the people when we were campaigning that we are going to reconstruct the school. So we will do it in phases and we will continue. Also, Mr. Speaker, early childhood education, the procurement of Chromebooks, our people will benefit. In youth and sports, I wish to congratulate the veterans football team from Vieux North for winning the national competition, Mr. Speaker. There is an increase for youth and sports councils in the budget, and the Vieux North Youth and Sports Council is continuing to increase activity, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to give them some support. Sporting equipment, more sporting equipment will be given to the young people and older people who wish to participate in sports. The Bellevue Playing Field Rehabilitation Project, Mr. Speaker, is ongoing. We had some major delays, but we have some people have been contracted to build the drains through the Constituency Development Program, and they will begin very soon. And the Ministry of Sports is in discussion with the gentleman who's going to do the surfacing of the field, and we are also going to build changing room. The lights are already up, Mr. Speaker. The Piero Playing Field, I don't want to make any announcements now, but I'm very excited about what will happen at the Piero Playing Field, so the people of Piero can look forward to some very exciting news very soon. We have started work on the Montcayenne Playing Field, and the others like Opicon and Vieux will come next. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure, Head 43, is very critical. Some of the most important challenges for Vieux North has to do with roads. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that last year, the Minister for Infrastructure announced that we are going to start major road rehabilitation, and the long-awaited completion to the Zabo to Bellevue Road, Mr. Speaker, is well on the way. Because we may say gouvernement, Mr. Speaker, pour chime Zabo pour Bellevue, because we know the history, Mr. Speaker, and there's a story to be told. When we were in government, we started from Opicon to go to Bellevue. We said we were doing it in 2 phases. We reached Zabo with all drainage and so on from Opicon to Zabo. But the last government, Mr. Speaker, did nothing from Zabo to Bellevue. Nothing. And the people suffered because they voted for the St. Lucia Labour Party. I am very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that if you go to that area now and you drive on that road, you will see a totally different situation. I wish to say that we continue to be very hopeful. We know that discussions have taken place, estimates have been done, the engineers have been working on the estimates for the Grace Road to take us all the way up to the start of Woodlands, and from Woodlands to the top. We know that's been done, and I'm very hopeful. I look forward to the start of this road. We have a very serious situation at Canals. The Canals Road from the main road going into Vieux is almost impassable, and I know also that designs have been done, and we will see some relief very soon. The Bamboo to Bellevue Road, Mr. Speaker, going through the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Kako Seventh-day Adventist Church, that road is also being considered. And in fact, I know the residents have raised concerns, some of them with videos and so on, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to the residents that we do care about your road, and it is part of the package of relief that we are looking into. The Hope Estate Road is a very important road, an historic road. That was the first road, there was no road going through Grace or Bellevue. That was the road to Castries. And so we have decided to start in a phased way with drains to deal with that road, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the continuation of road infrastructure in Vieux for North, and I look forward to the rest of the work which will be done. In 2006, I came into politics, parliamentary politics. We lost. We stayed in opposition for 5 years. We got nothing. In 2011, we won. We started some roads in Vieux for North, both primary roads and small community roads. We lost in 2016. After 2016, nothing substantial was done, nothing except some potholing here and there. So 2021, we came in, and some substantial work has been done in some areas in Vieux for North, and I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to the rest of the road rehabilitation. As we speak, the Bois Bleke Road, Mr. Speaker, will start very soon. Contracts have been signed. The road at Piero, opposite the Flow Exchange, contracts have been signed. The Montview Road, we have almost completed it. We have some issue there that we are hoping to solve. Charlery Village, we have started the road going by Mr. Justin Trim and Kearney Frank. Contracts have been signed. The Fonko-Pesh Road, we have done a quarter of this road, and we are going to continue it. The road next to the Piero Catholic Church at Piero will be done also, the Clovis Lane, and many other community roads. Some of them, these contracts have been signed by the Constituency Development Program, and I look forward to the completion. En chay se chimea qui nous concerne à sous, gouvernement a fait design by se chimea, moi ça m'a parlé avec ministre infrastructure, avec ses ingénieurs, et moi savent se chimea ça va commencer tout de suite. Mais à présent, comptoirs acier ou bois blequé pour chimea là regarder bon Alvin ti commune ka descend là, aussi Charlery Village, Montview nous pour finir chimea ça là avec Hope Estate, Laimo, Fonko-Pesh, nous avons commencé Fonko-Pesh avec un Charlotte chimé. Je n'ai pas ni temps pour dire toutes ces chimées, mais un Charlotte chimé, un petit chimé. Mais c'est grand chimé, c'est ces chimées là, nous avons espéré aller avec moi savent, ministre Toavo, qui a dit pli à tout ça. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that we are very proud of the fact that we were able to continue the Zabo to Bellevue. Chimé Zabo pour Bellevue, là nous avons un gouvernement avant. Janvier for North savent, nous avons commencé chimé ça là, avec les flambeaux en tout, ils n'ont pas jamais fait rien à la chimé ça là. sou ale chimè sa la besoin ou kay wè différence. Et même différence ça là kay fait en Gouas, même différence ça là kay fait en Vieux Kako, en Cannels, en Bambou, et c'est fama en Vieillite. Moi te zo même te moi 5h du bon matin, moi te en Vieillite semaine passée et nous devons regarder qui manière nous kay bay un soulagement, mais chimè ça là tout nous kay fait. Head 41, Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Security. I'm very pleased that some work will be done on the canals jetty. I heard somewhere, Mr. Speaker, that we will be getting an ice machine. So during the break, the Minister for Agriculture, our two minds collided, and I heard somewhere that we'll be getting an ice machine for there, so I'm very happy. The support to the St. Lucia Marketing Board, Mr. Speaker, is very important. In Vieux North, the Grace Farmers Group has a facility, and you know, a lot can happen there. I know that Export St. Lucia has given them some support, and we are ready to assist, and whatever I can do to assist the farmers. Si la nye bagay mwen sa fait pour aider yo avec guano avec n'importe bagay pour aider yo produit pli, yo savent ko pou joindre moi office moi avec moi ba yo assistance parce que ça c'est qualité gouvernement nous ni. And that's the kind of government, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia are happy to have. That's the kind of government the people of Vieux North want to continue to support. A government that will support everybody, every sector. Pas l'autre gouvernement qui ka là yo les plateformes yo ka jouer nurse, yo ka jouer docteur, yo pas apprendre injection cette ici parce que yo ni docteur yo en Amérique, mais I'm coming to that very soon. Mr. Speaker, tree crop expansion is very good, and the livestock farmers at Vieux North at Violet, I look forward to the support for there. But the farmers at Woodlands and Bamboo, Mr. Speaker, they have cried out for support. I've given them temporary support. We have gone in there to give them quarry waste and so on. But I wish to assure the farmers, Moses Rene and Isaiah and all of these farmers, all of these people up there, I want to tell you that we are coming to assist. This is a government which takes care of its people, not a government that gives $25 million to one company to write some reports, Mr. Speaker. Tourism and creative industries, I look forward to having discussions with the minister so that we can improve mass in the view in Bellevue, Mr. Speaker. The organizers have already contacted me, although it's in August, but from very early we are going to meet, to approach the Ministry of Tourism for support. We have been giving support to our artists, and I want to thank the Minister for Tourism who has given support through his ministry to our artists in Vieux North for various activities, and I'm looking forward to that. The Prime Minister has made public, Mr. Speaker, that there will be some development in the name of Ramopoleon. I will not make any more pronouncements on this. He has made it public, but that's his pet project, and I'm going to allow the Prime Minister to speak to that. I want to look forward, Mr. Speaker, to developing a performance area in the Vevasel area in Vieux North. Vevasel, c'est un place qu'on chaque ces gens la rose là, et ces gens qui le tirent à Kawiti. It's way out just before you approach the forest in Bellevue, Mr. Speaker. And this gentleman, Gilo, who just passed away, our cultural hero, he's from that area, Mr. Speaker. And without giving too many details, I want to develop, there's a spot which is public land, Mr. Speaker, at the end of Vevasel. We need to acquire a little more land and develop an area, an open performance area there in the name of Gilo, Mr. Speaker, so that people from all around St. Lucia and the Caribbean can come there. I know Brother Virgil Book, who he and I had a discussion, and he too, you know, really, he just received an award, Virgil Book from Vieux Fort, although he lives in Miku, but he spends most of his cultural time in Vieux Fort North, Mr. Speaker. He too is very interested in that, and he shared that idea. He and I were talking about this idea, and for Gilo, we will do something. Mr. Speaker, for housing, I wish to thank Head 48, the Member of Parliament for Castries Central, for his support in housing. Mr. Speaker, I see Many times the opposition, whether it be on Facebook, in social media, on their platforms, they ridicule what we are doing in the housing program. For them, fixing a plywood house is an insult, Mr. Speaker. For them, assisting people with some galvanized is an insult, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to them, Mr. Speaker, that I thank the government. I thank the government for the support for housing, Mr. Speaker. Without mentioning names, Mr. Speaker, if you go throughout Vieux North, in almost every community, there is a house which was almost completely refurbished, or there is a house which received assistance to put their foundation into concrete, or there is a house where the galvanized was really rotten and all they needed was 10 sheets of galvanized and they came for assistance. And there is a house somewhere that needed just a step, or there is a house that needed a ramp for someone with a wheelchair, or there is a house with an elderly person who was a banana farmer and today they can't make it, but their house is falling down and they want the government. They're not begging for anything, you know, Mr. Speaker. Say, mona ki ka made no assistance kayo, yo ni logay, yo pa ka beg nou pou bagay, yo ka vinek, yo ka di moussa. Souban galvanize la, na gen potoa. Obe souban potoa, na gen ciment. And that is what we are doing. There are some very vulnerable individuals. I have joined with other agencies and we completely rehabilitated the houses. And I want to thank the Ministry of Housing and the Prime Minister in particular for continuing to make this allocation. Ekpa mind yo, opposition, they're in the opposition saying that we should not do that. They are saying we should not do that. So they are saying you should not build a small house for somebody. You need a big wall house and so on because, oh, muna pa niyan yon sav. Ou ka bayo a chopen, you ka do pa bay se muna chopen, bayo gwen l'église pito. Se moun sa selewa, Mr. Speaker. They are wicked. So I want to tell the people of Vieux North, we have a long list. Be patient. We are coming to you, Mr. Speaker. Those who need some galvanized, you might need some blocks, you might need some cement. We may not be able to give you the whole house. But this government will improve your situation. This government will continue to help you. Unlike the other government, they were spending millions of dollars giving to other people. We are spending millions of dollars for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for the additional money for the caretakers. So I wish to tell the caretaker, the individuals in the caretaker program that we are coming to assist you. The CDP program, the social aspect to it. We have supported young people in Vieux North. We have supported a number of individuals who want to start their businesses. I don't want to go through all of it. The people of Vieux North know that if you have a business, a micro business, and you are into making cakes, and you have all the ingredients, but you need some assistance to buy the stove from wherever, whether it be Massey, Courts, whichever place, you know you can come to the Vieux North Parliamentary Office, get your invoices, and the parliamentary representative through programs will help you. And there are a number of individuals in Vieux North, whether you are a hairdresser, a barber, people into beautification and landscaping, throughout Vieux North, Mr. Speaker, who has received assistance, and they are doing well. So we are helping them to improve their incomes, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the government for that. Mr. Speaker, I move very quickly through the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, Mr. Speaker. The policy debate is coming, and I will have an opportunity to really go down in the boyo of the foolishness of the opposition. But for today, I will not deshlay much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for causing the overall positive variance for this year's budget, 25-26. An additional $13 million to the Ministry of Health over last year, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the Prime Minister. And Mr. Speaker, we have said it publicly before. The Member of Parliament for Castries Central has said it many times in a Thursday night favorite place of many hundreds of thousands in the world. That this Prime Minister and Member of Parliament for Castries East will go down in history so far as the Prime Minister and the Minister for Finance who has allocated the most money to health in the history of St. Lucia. Quickly, in 2020-21, 183 million total, 0.1 million. 21-22, 189.5. 22-23, 186.5. 24-25, 191 million 77. 25-26, 206 million, Mr. Speaker. Now something, let me tell you something. If you care about somebody or some institution, don't tell the person you care about them, oh, I care about you so much. And every day you see the person has the same shoes. You know, you love that person, you care about them. As you say, you love health and the country. And you see the circumstances. Huh? You take in the resources and give it to your friends to go overseas with it. And you're not putting resources into health. You do not love the people of St. Lucia. Here is the man who loves the people. He's putting his money where his mouth is. And he's putting the economy's money where it's supposed to go. $206 million. So what are we going to do? 200,000 more in pharmacy. 78,000 more for dental. 75,000 more for infectious diseases. The Millennium Heights, 35,000 more for communication. The Millennium Heights Medical Complex. And that's another one. They talk about the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, OKEU. To hear them talk about OKEU, let me tell you what they gave OKEU. The budget for Victoria Hospital in 2019-2020 was 35,651,000. 35. In 2020-2021, the hospital was moved in March. So in 2020-2021, the budget of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex was 31 million less than the Victoria Hospital budget. These are the people who say they love you, you know. The Victoria Hospital budget, and you can go and check it out, was 35,651,000. When it moved to Millennium Heights Medical Complex, it was 31,647,000. 21-22, them again. 31,875,000. Hear that, 22-23, Member of Parliament for Castries East. 48, in fact, 49,731,000. 23-24, Member of Parliament for Castries East. 53,394. 24-25, 62,561. And 25-26, you know what? All the love they love Millennium Heights Medical Complex. You know how much money the Member of Parliament and Prime Minister allocated this year? $70.5 million. Yes. Mr. Speaker, you can dire you content health, you can buy combien santé, combien langue chaud en la santé. BGA, l'argent you can mettre by santé. Écoutez ça. À l'année 2019, là il y a un gouvernement, l'hôpital Victoria, tu as joué 35 millions, 25 millions dollars. Là il y a allé Millennium Heights Medical Complex. Yo baissé l'argent yo ka bay OKEU au Millennium Heights Medical Complex. 21, 21, 31. L'année après ça, yo bay yo 31, 31 encore. Là, nom membre parlement Castries East vini, premier ministre nous. C'est un homme là qui really content cette lycéen et qui really content santé. Il mettait 49 millions. OK? 49 millions. Then l'autre budget, il mettait 53 millions encore. Avec l'autre budget encore, nom Castries East là mettait 62 millions. 62 avec l'année ça là. l'année ça là. Combien il met? $70 million, 70.5 million. 70 millions de dollars. C'est moun sa qui dit moi, yo content santé, oh health. Zo content moun tellement. Zo love moun nan. Hein? Moun nan yon ti 3K. Il veut payer un petit bill médical, soulier comme croisé. Zo love li tellement. Zo rapon l'argent. Et zo rame bayer l'autre moun l'autre pays. Zo ravoyer à de postal order, voyer bayer l'autre moun l'autre pays. Zo c'est le roi. Mr. Speaker, the increase in the monies given to Millennium Heights Medical Complex include a $1 million for loan repayment to Nairana Consultancy. That is the same consultants. They said it's only these consultants that can move that Burmington. These people, Mr. Speaker, said that there was nobody else in St. Lucia, no doctor in St. Lucia who could move Victoria to Millennium Heights Medical Complex. Only that company, Mr. Speaker. That's what they said. The Member of Parliament for Miku South, at his invitation and at his prodding and at his motivation, his government said that. So the doctors and nurses in St. Lucia who actually moved the hospital by themselves, I want you to hear that. They said, their government said nobody in St. Lucia, not Dr. King, not Dr. Didier, God bless his soul, not Dr. Rommel, not Dr. name them, Dr. St. Rose, not Dr. The UWP government said that none of these doctors could move the hospital. So they had to employ a consultant. And they said that was the firm had, that's the only body with the expertise to move the hospital from Victoria to Millennium Heights. So they started dissing St. Lucians from times. It's not now alone they cursing and dissing doctors. They don't like us. They don't like you. These people don't like you. They believe you are worthless. They believe you have no skills. So that's why they say they have doctors, they're doctors in America. But I want to tell you something. We trust our doctors and our nurses. The nurse, from times, yes, we have issues, we have problems like everywhere else in the world. Like somebody said in a Facebook post, go and look at the number of malpractice medical suits in the US and England and Canada. I can't remember who said it, I said it on a voice note. We have issues, but for you to make our people believe that our doctors are not good, you'll not even take an injection from them? Oh my God. Huh? For you to say that? But let me tell you something. From times our doctors and nurses have been doing well. We have issues, I will not say no. I have had my own little experience. And I was born at the Vieux Health Center in 1967. And Nurse Beatrice Vincent from Labrie was the nurse who helped to give birth to me. Yes, sir. And in Vieux, everybody knows Nurse Vincent, a beautiful lady, a wonderful lady. And over the years, all the nurses who we went for our injections and all kinds of injections, vaccines. Look at us here. The doctors. I have people in my constituency who had brain surgery. They fell down and they were dying in their farms. And we have a wonderful team of doctors there. Yes, we have to get some instruments and we have to improve things, I agree. But if he gets you the instruments and so on, he performs wonderful. He opens your skull, exposes your brain, fix whatever he fixes. And these people in Vieux North in their farms today, you come and tell me about our doctors? Sorry, Mr. Speaker, if I could have taken words and just knocked these people with words, just ping pong them on the head just with words. With words. Because you can't tell me you cursing your nurses and doctors like that. But I'll tell them something, Mr. Speaker. They're just trying to fool the people, you know. They just don't want the people of Castries Southeast to go to the doctor. Because listen to me well, I'll tell you something. You see them in the opposition there? If their testicles start to hurt them now, they're bawling for a solution doctor. And they're bawling for a solution nurse. Right now there. You see, right You see, right now they're in this parliament. If their testicles begin to hurt them, before you book a ticket to the United States or Canada, or wherever you go, it is one of our nurses or doctors who will have to give you an injection in these blame places that you are. Mr. Speaker, c'est pas Jelen a fâché, mais ouais, l'opposition qui a dit, docteur nous pas bon, nurse nous pas bon. Nurse Vincent qui fait moi, nurse Vincent qui sort là-bas, oui. Et nous toutes les nurses qui ban nous injection, docteur, nous toutes ça dit, docteur Morton, docteur King, papa Stephen King même, nous n'y combien docteur à présent, yo ka ouvert tête, calotte tête yo, mani moun vieux for neuf, c'est docteur a ouvert calotte tête yo, OK you, là docteur qui master, un jeune docteur. Il a ouvert calotte tête moun, ranger 20 têtes là, vieux mais calotte tête là, coup de lit, et c'est moun en vie votre neuf, en les femmes yo, happy and good, ou ka vin di moi about doctor nous cette ici, ou pas vle pour injection, because ou ka aller en me week. Ça me ka di ya, si testicles yo, ka fay yo mal à présent. Mr. Speaker, see ça fait now. All I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, is all those who are saying that they don't trust our doctors
member,
and our nurses.
You have 50 minutes left, member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. They are just trying to fool you because they want your vote. So they don't want you to go to the hospitals because they want your vote. But when something happens to them, they are the first ones to run to the doctors in St. Lucia at whatever hospital. So don't let them fool you. Before they can book the ticket that they say they're going to the United States or Canada or wherever they have their favorite doctors, a nurse here or a doctor here must give them that injection or stabilize them. So I get upset when I hear that nonsense. And so, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia, the people of Castries Southeast, the people of St. Lucia, the people of Micoud South, the people of Choiseul will have to decide whether you will take these same people who diss in your nurse, who diss in your doctor, cursing them, and put them back in power. You can't do that. We, Mr. Speaker, there are limitations in health, and we have acknowledged that. We are working with the doctors in St. Lucia, and the nurses, and the officials of the ministry through many programs which I will talk about in the policy debate. And I will show you the progress. And I will ask them the question, when they were there, show me the new programs and show me the evidence. Not just what you want to say. Show me the evidence of the change that you made. How many new men attended men's clinics? How many new people went to get their prostate checked without paying? How many new ladies in your time got new cervical cancer screening? How many got free maternal and child care? If you have to look at in the health centers through the CMO's office, how many? Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. How many additional services did you add? Okay? How many health centers did you fix? Although you're boasting about health centers in 2015, which has started under Alvina Reynolds, and the evidence is there. I waited for them to speak because I have it. And we are debating about who started this and who started that. We're talking about your attitude to the people of St. Lucia, your attitude to the medical professionals, your attitude to these people who have sacrificed and continue to sacrifice every day for us. We don't have all the resources, and a lot of these doctors can go anywhere in the world, but they stay here. The nurses who have stayed, you cursing them and you say nonsense about them. And you as a leader, you ain't saying nothing. That's the thing, because you too probably believe you have your doctor somewhere. But you should pray to God. All of us should pray to God that nothing happens to us. Because these doctors you'll think you'll have over there, the doctors don't have to see you first. Sometimes you may not even be able to go on the plane or the helicopter. A doctor here has to see you, undress you, and juke you with that injection that you say they can't give you. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, God is a good God. God is a good God. We continue to provide support to the Urban Polyclinic, the National Eye Clinic, Biomedical Department. We continue to provide support to supply equipment, Mr. Speaker, through the Health System Strengthening Project and the OECS project. I wish to say that a number of facilities are being refurbished, Grosile Polyclinic, Soufriere Hospital. I also want to announce that Babonneau, the Ciceron, the consultant is working with the Ciceron Wellness Center. I have met with the consultant for Ciceron, and very soon the consultant will meet with the rep so that a decision can be made about the exact spot, whether it's the new health center in a new spot. There are some options. So the Ciceron, Ciceron and Lacroix, because the consultant is also looking at Lacroix. Canneries, the contract has been signed. And I also want to announce, Mr. Speaker, c'est pas nous qui dernier. I also want to announce that on Wednesday coming, 2nd of April, Wednesday evening, there is going to be a consultation at the Grace Combined School in Vieux North with the public, with the people of Grace, because the Grace Wellness Center will be completely refurbished, Mr. Speaker, completely refurbished. So, je vais dire tout gens goisse. Like I need a meeting à l'école là, mercredi, parce que c'est Jean Ministry of Health là qui est venu et parler à qui ça qu'a fait un health center goisse là. Nous avons completely refurbished. Ça veut dire équipement neuf. Nous avons changé chaque bagage, fait un building. Nous n'avons pas changé whole building là, mais nous avons un building neuf. So in Vieux North also, the Grace Wellness Center will be built. So I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, the universal healthcare program will continue, and we are very close to the financing model which we will present to Cabinet. And I hear a lot of this thing about health insurance. Oh, they had health insurance. They'll continue with health insurance. Key health insurance you here. What health insurance they had, Mr. Speaker? What health insurance they had? They just pie in the sky. We can show real results in universal health coverage. Real, tangible results. All they are talking about is hot air. Or they had insurance and they'll bring back healthcare. The same time they're telling you they have insurance and they'll bring back healthcare, they're cursing the doctors and cursing the nurses and dissing them and telling them they are worth nothing. They'll go to America and Canada. But they're telling you they have health insurance. They're just trying to fool you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell you, we on this side are taking this business of health financing seriously and step by step. One of the first things you have to do is to ensure that the systems in the public health sector, if a patient goes to St. Jude and they see the doctor, and tomorrow they go to OKEU, you must go into your computer and make sure these systems are talking, and they go to the health center in Vieux or Labrie. You must be able to track patients and have baseline data. We're not coming out and boasting about these things, but we are doing fundamental things with the help of professionals and the ministry to transform healthcare, not just talk about it. Yes, there are times we lack medication. Yes, there are times we lack certain things. But what does this government do? Instead of quarreling with the medical professionals, we put more money in the budget. That's the real thing we do. And instead of fighting with people, we get the money and we solve the problems. That's what we do. That's the kind of government that the Member of Parliament for Castries East leads. And so I said to you, Mr. Speaker, I support these estimates because I see in these estimates, as I close, that the people of Vieux North will benefit. I see in these estimates that every sector, commerce, with opening of the new office, this is the future that we are presenting to the people of Vieux North and to St. Lucia. Nous avons un premier ministre qui a mis un bagay by tout le monde. Si vous êtes un pensioner, if you're a pensioner, there are increases for you. If you are a medical professional, we are working with you to improve the situation. If you live at Grace, we are going to fix the health center. The roads for the farmers at Woodlands, Zabo to Bellevue, Canals, Hope Estate, we are going to work on these roads for you. The youth, we are helping you with your small business and your education. All around, Mr. Speaker, housing, agriculture. You have 5 minutes left. Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, education with laptops and the Piro Combined School. Foreign affairs, Mr. Speaker, getting assistance so that we benefit in Vieux North. gender affairs, everywhere you look, Mr. Speaker, tourism and creative industries. This budget has something for the people of Vieux North, and that's why I support this Prime Minister. His performance in the economy, Mr. Speaker, you cannot compare it to the leader of the opposition. You cannot at all. You can't compare that. La pani pièce challenge, la pani pièce carada against hot, the cool and the vicious. C'est la pani rien comme ça. C'est just starring the member of parliament for Castries East. Can just stop out here, toutes les. Liga stop out here. La pani pièce comparison, Mr. Speaker. He is the champion. So I say to you, Mr. Speaker, we trust the people of St. Lucia. We trust the professionals. We'll work with them. We'll make mistakes, but we'll continue to work with them. But our record shows in healthcare and in the constituencies that we are delivering to the people of St. Lucia. We are putting people first. Whether you are a retiree, a youth, a baby, a nurse, a doctor, whether you are at the hospitals, and before I sit, this government will never disrespect you. This government will never disrespect you. This Prime Minister and this government will never, ever disrespect you, Mr. Speaker. They will never call you backing dogs and jackasses and say you mendicants, you can't give injection, you all that foolishness. We believe in you, and we look forward to working with you, the people of St. Lucia, for the next 5 to 10 years. Do not let the leader of the opposition near the pot in the kitchen at all. Because they let lapo chicken back like ukai pedli. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2025-2026 as presented on Tuesday evening by the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, and of course the parliamentary representative for the constituency of Castries East. As I rise, Mr. Speaker, I do so at the behest of the people of Dennery North, who, after 3 general elections, Mr. Speaker, continue to repose their confidence in me to be their voice of reason and their voice of advocacy. And Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, the conversation has started again. And all around the street corners in Dennery North, in the shops and the byways, people are talking about 4 in a row, whatever it means to them. I think what they're trying to say, Mr. Speaker, that on all the occasions they have gone to the various polling stations to vote for me to be their parliamentary representative, in the majority, they are satisfied with the manner in which I have conducted their affairs. Mr. Speaker, but before I get to the substantive part of my presentation, I'd like to recognize for their support and their love the people of Oleon and Despin, Lapel, Tilarissus and Gadet, Denny Riviere Belmont, Grand Ravine Richform, and Grand Riviere, Mr. Speaker. And the communities I've just mentioned, collectively, they constitute the Dennery North constituency. Mr. Speaker, I also want to shout out, so to speak, who I'm sure they're listening to this particular budget presentation, Sir Julian Hunt, Sir Calix George, my friend whom I want to congratulate, Cyprian Sly Duplessis, for having been conferred with the Lepito Medal Gold for his contribution to sports development in our constituency, and all the well-wishers in Dennery North, Mr. Speaker, whom in my darkest of days in this parliamentary discourse have stood by me as sources of strength, inspiration, and support. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday evening, we witnessed in the Prime Minister a man on Tuesday evening, Mr. Speaker, we witnessed a man on top of his craft. And I decided to Google what exactly is meant by a man on top of his craft. And it referred to the individual as someone who has reached a high level of skill and expertise in a chosen field. And that is what the current Prime Minister, unlike his immediate predecessor, Mr. Speaker, represents. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to confound his critics and silence his detractors. The figures presented here on Tuesday night, Mr. Speaker, those figures are a portrait of sound, decisive public sector financial management. The figures are modern allocations of monies to departments, projects, and programs. Mr. Speaker, the figures tell a story. They tell a story of prudent fiscal management. And Mr. Speaker, the figures speak to a Prime Minister and Minister for Finance who is the best person for the job in country today as we speak. The figures speak to a team of men and women. It speaks to a cabinet, Mr. Speaker, supporting a leader in ensuring that we deliver to the people of this country. And Mr. Speaker, the figures also speak to a team of professionals or technocrats, if you like, in the Ministry of Finance and the various agencies who have been working with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to ensure that we are where we are at today. And Mr. Speaker, we should not forget the contribution of the member for ancillary canneries in the Ministry of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, I know it is the Prime Minister who comes forward and presents the figures, but the work of the member for ancillary canneries, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, should not be underestimated. Mr. Speaker, in the time allotted to me, I will briefly mention the allocations to the various agencies in my ministerial remit, but the bulk of the time will be spent on matters pertaining to Dennery North, especially in the wake of a $2 billion budget. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Education, or should I say the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training, has received 14% of the national budget. The Department of Education, Innovation, and Vocational Training received a recurrent allocation of $245,353,800 and a capital allocation of $16,640,800. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Education, Innovation, and Vocational Training sets off with $261,994,600. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Sustainable Development within that particular ministry has been allocated a recurrent budget of $25,845,600, Mr. Speaker, and a capital amount of $1,620,700, giving the agency or the department $27,456,300. And as I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, with a combined allocation or portfolio allocation of $288,450,900, the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training makes off, Mr. Speaker, with 14% of the national budget. Mr. Speaker, there are several programs in the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training that have been accounted for with figures that will ensure that we are more impactful in all our areas of programming. But Mr. Speaker, I will leave pronouncements on those programs to the debate at the appropriation bill level when that particular sitting is held. Mr. Speaker, I want to move straight into matters pertaining to Dennery North, my constituency. And I want to refer you to Head 48, Department of Housing and Local Government. Mr. Speaker, National Sites and Services Program, $3,310,000. The National Sites and Services Program seeks to provide affordable housing solutions for citizens through the creation of service lots in areas of this country where housing is needed. Mr. Speaker, it addresses a housing insecurity issue that we have in the country today, a deficit, if you like, in our housing stock. And Mr. Speaker, that particular problem has been manifesting itself in Dennery North for some time now. Mr. Speaker, too many of the young professionals, university graduates from Dennery North are moving to places like Kareli and Union Terrace and other developments in this country because they cannot find adequate land and housing accommodation in Dennery North. But here's what, Mr. Speaker, that particular situation has triggered the Mabuya Valley Housing and Settlement Enhancement Master Plan, where, Mr. Speaker, we will be creating housing schemes in the constituency to solve that particular problem. Mr. Speaker, there's a plot of land on area in Olio known as Madwa. The land at Madwa is owned by private individuals, and the government also owns a big chunk of the land in that area. Mr. Speaker, the area comprised a total of 56.03 acres, and preliminary surveys have indicated that at Madwa, we can get approximately 200 lots, whereby the people of Olio and by extension, the people of the Mabuya Valley can actually get housing accommodation in that particular area. Mr. Speaker, lot sizes range from medium to low density. That is from 5,878 square feet to 12,119 square feet. Mr. Speaker, the development will cater to low income, middle income, as well as upper income individuals. Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way to keep our young people in the valley. And the Minister for Housing and I have had preliminary discussions on this, Mr. Speaker. But I have gone further, even beyond the Ministry of Housing, to ensure that preliminary surveys have been done, so that by the time the Cabinet endorses the master plan, which we're hoping to start soon, Mr. Speaker, the people of Olio and the Valley will be better off for it. Mr. Speaker, we also have identified or earmarked lands in Belmont, Kadi-Kope area. The lands earmarked belong, Mr. Speaker, to Invest St. Lucia or the government of St. Lucia, and some plots are privately owned. The government, Mr. Speaker, will do the necessary acquisition of the land to ensure that we provide approximately 130 lots at affordable rates to the people of the Mabuya Valley, complementing the 200 lots that I mentioned for Madwa in Olio. In Madwa, Mr. Speaker, we intend to have proper roads, electricity, telephone services, and all water and all other amenities that come with a modern development. Moi, je dis that Dennery North, nous avons une situation où un pile jeune monde qui a quitté Valia, ils ont allé à l'université, ils ont allé à l'école, et qui ont passé à joindre un côté, qui ont fait un caille, dans une commune, qui sont confortable, et puis bagaille comme ça. Et c'est pour raison ça, Mr. Speaker. Nous avons gardé en place en Olio, qui ont quitté Madwa, et nous avons aussi gardé Belmont Cadi area, que nous avons fait à peu près ensemble, plus qui ont presque 4,000, ça nous a créé lots, 400 lots, Mr. Speaker, available pour jeunes moun en vallée, ça fait caillou. Et nous avons cru que nous faisons ça, nous n'avons pas payer tellement d'argent pour cultiver ça. Mr. Speaker, still on the head 48, Ministry of Housing, the National Housing Assistance Program. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that in this year's budget, the National Housing Assistance Program, or the NAP as they call it, has been allotted $1.7 million. Mr. Speaker, I want to echo the sentiments expressed earlier by the member for Vieux North. Mr. Speaker, there is no excuse that should be made for the interventions that we have been making in the lives of people who are finding it difficult to rehabilitate their homes. Mr. Speaker, in Denver North, we embark on a program where we rehabilitate homes for people with the tagline, "We do not build mansions, we improve conditions of living." And only yesterday I had to upload on Facebook to remind our detractors that there are people in this country, there are people in my constituency who are living in conditions that are just not acceptable for human habitation in 2025. But I will hasten to add that this did not start on the 26th of July 2021. We inherited those problems. They've been in existence, Mr. Speaker, for as long as we know ourselves. But we should not sit idly by and do nothing. So when we come and we construct a plywood house for somebody who's living in conditions worse than what some dogs enjoy in this country, Mr. Speaker, we ought to do that for an element of pride and dignity as we assist our people. And so, Mr. Speaker, through this program, the National Housing Assistance Program, we've been able, Mr. Speaker, to make interventions in the lives of many people. We have had to demolish and reconstruct homes in Olean, in Denier Riviere, and other parts of the constituency. We've had to do it in Grand Ravine, Mr. Speaker. In other instances, we've had to donate building materials to people who have taken it on themselves to go ahead and rehabilitate their homes. Mr. Speaker, je veux dire la pièce honte. Les ammoniac qui caille plywood, qui pourri, qui a coulé, qui pas ni clason, il pas même ni sanglé nous a créé Florine, Mr. Speaker. Et nous venons comme un gouvernement et bien comme membre parlement et nous dit about housing assistance program. Dat nous a bail moun ça anti-soulagement. Moi pas croire ici ba qui juste pour moun l'autre side là pour venir et puis faire ridicule et puis ça. Mr. Speaker, nous avons des moun qu'on nous plaît. Et so aller à constituency moi. And if you go into Despin, you go to Tillarisus, you go to Lapel, you go to Belmont, Mr. Speaker, you will see that we have made interventions in the lives of the people of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, Head 53, the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Larissus Health Center is open for business. And I had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of going to the Larissus Health Center on Tuesday of last week, and I was attended to by a doctor, Mr. Speaker, whom I trusted. I still trust, Mr. Speaker, and I implore all of my constituents to trust the doctors at the Larissus Health Center, as they should all other doctors at all health facilities in this country. And Mr. Speaker, before I even thank the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible for health for their intervention on the Larissus Health Center, let me say and place on the record my admiration, Mr. Speaker, for the healthcare professionals in this country. The doctors, the nurses, Mr. Speaker, the stewards, the security guards, and all the persons who come together to make our healthcare system what it is today. Mr. Speaker, like the Minister, I'll be the first to admit that there are areas that need improvement. But that is not unique to St. Lucia. Go to the US, listen to the debates in the Parliament of the UK, and you will hear the amount of pressure that is being placed on the government of the day as it relates to the NHS. And that is a global phenomenon. But we should not take solace and comfort in the fact that healthcare systems around the world are broken, and because of that, we should say it is okay. You heard from the Minister himself how much resources we've been able to pump as an administration into the healthcare system since we took over the reins of government. So it is a work in progress. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that one day, we will get to a point where our healthcare system will not be the best in the OECS, but one of the best in the hemisphere. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because you have a government that is compassionate. You have a government who has an appreciation for healthcare. And Mr. Speaker, you have dedicated healthcare professionals who have proven time and again that their loyalty is to the profession. They are committed to the people whom they serve. And all they need from those of us, Mr. Speaker, who are in the politics is a word of encouragement to say that we appreciate. So when you hear, Mr. Speaker, people on the other side trying to disparage the work of doctors and nurses in this country, Mr. Speaker, that ought to receive the wrath of not just members of the government, but there ought to be a national, Mr. Speaker, condemnation of such utterances. It is distasteful, it is disrespectful, and it is, Mr. Speaker, reflective of individuals who are about themselves, who are power hungry, and will do whatever is necessary to ensure that they find themselves in government again. And if it means that they have to injure the professionals to do it, Mr. Speaker, they will do it. If it means that they have to sully and tarnish the reputation of this country to do it, Mr. Speaker, they will do it. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not new to them. They didn't learn their lesson, and that is why they are where they are at today and will be there for a very long time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I said the Larry Soufriere Health Center is once again open for business. Yes. The health center was destroyed by fire in 2015, Mr. Speaker. In 2015. And yes, I will make the admission that when fire destroyed the Larry Soufriere Health Center, I was the incumbent parliamentary rep for Denry North. And the St. Lucia Labour Party was in government. And Dr. Kenny Anthony was the Prime Minister of the day, in much the same way that the Honorable Alvina Reynolds, today's President of the Senate, she was the custodian of the Health Ministry at the time. And Mr. Speaker, if the health center was destroyed by fire in March, the budget process starts in March. We do appropriation bill in April. Mr. Speaker, we were able in quick time to ensure that in the estimates of 2015, there was an allocation for the reinstatement of the Larry Soufriere Health Center. That's true. The government changed. That's right. We went to the polls and the people spoke and we accepted the results of the elections. But that did not warrant a wicked, vindictive leader of the opposition. No compassion. You know what they did, Mr. Speaker? They took the money out of the budget. They did not take it out in the first year and say, look, we have our constituencies to look after. They'll reinstate it the following year. For 5 years, he took it out of the budget. He dragged us into a 6th year. No reinstatement of the monies he found in the budget for the health center. And today, Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul can stand in this parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I can't help but express my disappointment with the member for Choiseul for some of the utterances he makes in this house. And sometimes I honestly believe, Mr. Speaker, that he is not speaking on his own volition, but he has been programmed. He has been instructed to go to the parliament and say certain things, or else he will face the wrath of the people on his side. Because I don't understand how a man who sat in a cabinet, who knew that this was happening, he said nothing about it. He did not denounce it in a quiet corner in the lounge when we spoke downstairs. He did not speak against it on television. He never stood in the house and said it was wrong. But today he can summon the courage, Mr. Speaker, to come and talk about victimization and how a community center in his constituency is not being opened. Yes. Lendus took over the Larry Soufriere Health Center, and you were in cabinet, you did not speak against it. And Mr. Speaker, if a facility has to be opened in his constituency, we will open the facility. And as I said to the member for ancillary downstairs, who provides oversight for the Department of Economic Development, I am sure there is a plausible explanation as to why the facility has not been opened. We are not about victimization. Because we understand, Mr. Speaker, that if we deny him resources, and if we deny the member for Miku South resources, we're not hurting them. We are punishing the people of Monsieur and Piaille and Lacouville. They are the ones who will fill it, not the two members. They're good for themselves. And that is why every time we allocate CDP resources, Mr. Speaker, irrespective of the quantum available to the Prime Minister, he ensures that the member for Choiseul gets, and he ensures that the member for Mikud South gets. So, when you hear them, and the Flowers have something about them, Mr. Speaker, and I'm still on head 53, the Larry Soufriere Health Center. But I have to meander, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking my time on the Larry Soufriere Health Center. I'm proud of the work that we've done in relation to the Larry Soufriere Health Center. I know I am taking my time because, like the member for Vieux North, I have confidence in the healthcare professionals of this country. So the money was in the estimates for the Larry Soufriere Health Center. They took the money out. Mr. Speaker, I would have said when I occupied the chair that is vacant between the member for Choiseul and the member for Dennery South in opposition. And when Andy Daniel sat in this chair, I remember saying to him and the parliament at the time that the Alan Chasney administration did not have to face a bank to take any loan to reinstate the health center, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was grant funding. And we all in here know that when you get grant monies, especially if the line item says ROCT, Republic of China, Taiwan, Mr. Speaker, you are 400% guaranteed that the money will come. They took it out. And why did they take it out? Because they believe that if they had taken the money out and the health center was not reinstated and it was infested with rats and cockroaches overgrown by vines and whatnot, the people of Dennery would have pointed a finger at me and say, Sean Baka to Avai, you can vote against me. But the people are more discerning today than ever before. It did not work, Mr. Speaker. It did not work, Mr. Speaker. And I remember on the campaign trail, the Prime Minister of the day in opposition, he gave me a commitment that once we win the elections, in the first term, Mr. Speaker, the Larry Health Center will be reinstated. He has kept his word, not just to me, but to the people of Dennery North. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Vieux North for his intervention, ensuring that under his ministerial watch, the Larry Health Center has been reinstated. I want to thank Prime Minister Pierre for the reinstatement of the Larry Health Center. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the team from the Ministry of Health, the PS, the CMO, the FA, the project coordinator, and all the people at the Ministry of Health who ensured that this project happened, and today we can enjoy our facility. And I remember it was Dr. Poyot, the member for Babonneau, who said that this is not a health center, it resembles a mini hospital. Mr. Speaker, we did not just paint the burnt walls. We didn't just decide to just do the roof over. Mr. Speaker, to complement the pristine physical environment that the nurses and the patients are enjoying, Mr. Speaker, we ensured that there were new services available to the people of Dennery North at the Larry Health Center. Growing up as a child in the Mabuya Valley, if you had any need for any dental intervention, you had to go to Dennery Village, the hospital, once a week. Once a week, the dentist would come and attend to you. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The people of the Mabuya Valley no longer must travel to Dennery South or Dennery Village for dental care. This service is available at the Larry Health Center. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the District Medical Officer, Dr. Judah, Dr. Glasgow, Dr. Behrens, and all the other doctors, Dr. Sexius, who have worked with us in the Dennery Basin. Because I saw firsthand that when Larry was out of commission, the volume, the sheer numbers that descended on the Richmond facility for healthcare. And we're talking about hundreds of people, Mr. Speaker, a week. And that was not even in keeping with globally accepted standards in terms of ratio of patients to doctors. Les Larry te fermé, sans moun, plusieurs moun te ka ale, oui font pour un docteur. Et ce docteur, c'est non cela même te ka dou. Ça c'est trop moun pour yo en yon jour et ben yon semaine. But today, Mr. Speaker, the Larry Health Center has been reinstated. And as we speak, plans are afoot to begin work to rehabilitate the Richmond Health Center. Thank you, Minister for Health. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you to the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I am still on Head 53, the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Dennery South, I want to welcome 24-hour service at the Dennery Hospital. This is something I've been clamoring for ever since I entered this parliament in the year 2011. Mr. Speaker, I would have given this story here before, where people have come to my home at 2 and 3 in the morning when they cannot reach the ambulance, and they tap on my window because they have an emergency and they need a ride to the hospital. And Mr. Speaker, I have to jump out of bed. It's a call to duty that I must respond to. And when they board my vehicle and we're moving, and I get to the intersection of the Larissus and Richmond Highway, Mr. Speaker, I have to ponder, I have to think, do I turn left and go to St. Jude, or do I turn right to go to VH as it was at the time, or the OKEU? And Mr. Speaker, simply because at midnight, nobody would be available at the Dennery Hospital to attend to the people of the Dennery Basin. So when I hear a pronouncement coming from the Ministry of Health, and the minister has assured me that there will be a 24-hour service, Mr. Speaker, at the Dennery Hospital, this is something I must applaud. And I will tell you why, Mr. Speaker. This particular intervention is of benefit not only to the people of Dennery South and Dennery North. The catchment for the Dennery Hospital is a lot more than the 2 Dennery constituencies. Pralin, Monrepo. I know of people who would leave Wavin Poisson and they prefer, Mr. Speaker, going to the Dennery Hospital for healthcare instead of having to go to the OKEU or another facility. So I welcome that particular intervention. Mr. Speaker, I want to move to Head 43. Head 43, Ministry of Infrastructure, or the Department of Infrastructure, Ports and Transport. Mr. Speaker, roads. Roads, roads, roads. Everybody has been talking about roads. We all need roads. Just imagine being in opposition for 5 years, dragged into a 6th year, and you cannot even procure a bag of cement. And I say that and we laugh. That's a serious thing. But that whole Saxima phenomenon is not a joke, Mr. Speaker. People came to me and they complained. They applied the pressure on me. They won their roads. They voted for me. I'm the elected rep. I have to go to Parliament and ask for roads. And I come to the Parliament foolishly with the expectation that there's a budget for roads and I'm duly elected and my people pay taxes and they will be benefiting from roads too. And I was denied for 1 year, denied for a 2nd year, a 3rd year, a 4th year, a 5th year, dragged into a 6th year, and I could not preside over one piece of road in my constituency. So one day, Mr. Speaker, I summoned the courage to travel to the Ministry of Infrastructure to see the senior minister. And I did put up on Facebook, and you can check my Facebook history and you'll see that post. And I went to plead to him and said to him at the time that even if nothing is done, resurface the Olio Road. And being the statesman that he has been from the day he entered the political arena, the senior minister gave me the assurance that the road would have been done. And true to form, Mr. Speaker, the Olio Road was resurfaced from Larissus all the way to Montego Bay. And so I felt vindicated. I took pictures as I always do, and I uploaded that on Facebook. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? I was lynched. I was called all kinds of names. I was told that I was taking credit for the work of their government. But anybody who knows me will tell you that whether I am in government or I'm in opposition, I remain true to my job and my responsibilities as a parliamentary rep. And that is how we got the Olio Road paved. And I went back to senior minister, Mr. Speaker, for more. And this time he said he could not give me as much as I wanted. But in the meantime, he noticed that the railings of the bridges in Dennery North, they need a coat of paint. Let us try and help somebody in the community. And if all the enthusiasm of a parliamentary rep was been starved of resources, I decided to supply names to the senior minister. And then he came back in this inimitable style of his. He said to me, "Man, you wouldn't believe what happened to me because I allowed you to submit 2 names to paint a bridge." He will tell that story himself. I'm hoping that that is somewhere in the library. Just for painting a railing on a bridge. That is what I was subjected to. So when you had a member for Choiseul Saltibus, Mr. Speaker, programmed as he has been, coming here and uttering things that are at total variance with what we've known of him in times past. Mr. Speaker, I almost feel sorry for him. That somebody has to subject himself to that. Where you come and you utter words that clearly are not yours. That is not what we know you to be. You're more dignified than that. Let them come and say it. And if those who want to say it in here will never see this chamber again, tell them find a suitable platform to say it. But don't come here and make such utterances. Don't come and give the impression that we are victimizing We are not the administration that victimizes people. And recently they unveiled their slate of candidates, if I should just digress a bit, Mr. Speaker. And a gentleman who has been tipped to contest in Dennery North, one of the first things that came out of his mouth is that we need to stop victimization in Dennery North. But what he did not know is that from the 26th of July 2021, victimization stopped in Dennery North. I stopped it. And you want to know what I stopped? You want to know what I stopped or what I suffered? Let me tell you what I suffered first as it relates to victimization. I will say it ad nauseum in this place. Joseph Kelly, we call him Vaz, a grave digger. He's the one who lowers the bodies into the grave, Mr. Speaker, on days when we have burial. He has a child that is disabled, never walked in her life. Differently abled, sorry, Mr. Speaker. She has never walked in her life. Mr. Speaker, you should have seen the conditions under which he lived prior to the National Housing Program having been used to improve his conditions. You should have seen what he had to endure. And for supporting Sean Edward and the Central Labour Party, they fired the man. They fired the man. Mr. Speaker, when I came in 2011 for the first time, the school transportation program in Dennery North, I found several UWP bus drivers on the program, with the exception of two for their own stupidity. One, TX12, I can say it in this house, was transporting students, and I have photos to prove it, in an SUV all the way to Vieux Comprehensive School. In an SUV. We had to stop him. And one other person who lost. All UWP drivers were retained. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I came in, I knew for a fact that they had loans paying to the bank. I knew when I came in that they had children to feed. I knew when they came in they had bills to pay. And so we were able to strike a nice balance. Foolish me. Then came the election. Administration changed. And every single bus driver, tall or short, irrespective of where in St. Lucia your route was, and I challenged them to refute what I'm about to say, every bus driver associated with the Labour Party was fired. Every single one of them. That is what they did. Werner, Cathy, Mava, caregivers. What was this? They were regular workers. Their punctuality record was impeccable. But they were supporters of Sean Edward and the Labour Party, and so they had to be fired. And I won my seat, Mr. Speaker. I won my seat. There was a recount. The people of Dennery North spoke, and I was denied resources. I sat over there. I watched PowerPoint presentations in the corner there. I watched men posture in their seats there. I saw them on their feet. They were hurling insults. They ridiculed us. They tried to belittle us, Mr. Speaker. And we stomached all. And as the statesmen we were at the time, we stayed. And when legislation was being passed at 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Speaker, we honored our responsibilities to the Parliament. We stayed. And with sleepy eyes, we were crossing the Badlil in the wee hours, trying to facilitate the work of the government in the Parliament. They had no sympathy. They had no respect. They had no time for us. And then you're telling me today, the member from Choiseul can come and stand in this Parliament and make it seem as if somebody owed him lights, when lights were being put in all corners of this country. Where were you, Mr. MP? You must have been asleep for you, Mr. Speaker. But you owe a debt of gratitude to this government and the member for Gruzili for ensuring that you have lights. And I know the minister well enough that anywhere in this country that deserves light, you will get lights. Yes. Mr. Speaker, roads. So I told you about the Olio Road having been surfaced by the senior minister based on the intervention that I made on that day. Mr. Speaker, you would have seen on social media that roads have been constructed in Dennery North. And there is a misconception, and sadly even in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that Dennery North gets an allocation that was superior to that of other constituencies when it comes to road. And I implore the senior minister and the Prime Minister and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance to make the figures available. Under the rim, we have only received $2.9 million. But Mr. Speaker, the thing about me is that when you put resources in my hands, I know how to stretch it. I know how to magnify it. I know how to make it look big. I know how to satisfy my people with little, not in the way that the member for Castries Central does. But I know how to satisfy with little, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know how to stretch my resources. And Mr. Speaker, when I came in, just imagine nothing had been done in 6 years. So naturally the roads would have been in a deplorable state. Les moyens tout un gouvernement après yo pas bon moyen opposition. C'est chemin variateur dans l'état. A mess. And so we are beginning to fix the roads. And the United Workers' Party supporters in constituency cannot live with the fact that there is a comprehensive road rehabilitation program happening in Dennery North. And then you hear them say, oh, so the cardinal parama chemin. Others say, oh, chemin yon ka fait. But what is all by? So where's the only problem? Et puis dès que chemin a fait, brace cause, c'est derrière qu'il chemin. And you would have seen the meme on social media. When they hear a concrete truck in Dennery North, they're on their toes, Mr. Speaker, trying to see in which direction it is coming from. But we will do our roads. Mr. Speaker, I can highlight in any one of the constituencies in this chamber where one road would cost more or twice the amount that has been spent on roads in Dennery North during this term of government. I can, whether it is Zabo to Bellevue, or it is the Majomel, the Majomel Road, the Venus Road, or the Marigo Road. All those roads I've mentioned, Mr. Speaker, cost more than what has been spent in Dennery North on roads. But Mr. Speaker, with only 2.9 under the rim, and I cannot speak of the accomplishments we've been able to register with the 2.9 without thanking the chief engineer, without thanking the prime minister, without thanking the minister himself for the conversations. And sometimes I know all of us, we go to the prime minister with our list, and PM never says no, he says, I'll see what I can do for you. But Mr. Speaker, I've been working with a team in Zone 3. An engineer by the name of Janelle Février, ably assisted by Whitson Charles, Kayla, Rena, Ali, and the other team in Zone 3. And they have done a fantastic job working with me to ensure that we maximize the benefits of the 2.5. So I've been able to do the Lower Despin Olio Combined School Road, Upper Montego Bay Oleon, Alemon Road, which links Montparnasse to Alemon in Grand Riviere. We've been able to do an Alemon side road, Mr. Speaker, going down by Diana. We've been able to do Compare Belmont, that link road from Grand Ravine. The Richmond School Road, the Belmont overlay from Geneva in Dennery Riviere all the way up to Belmont in the area that we call JJ's Junction. Et puis $2.9 millions nous avons fait toutes ces chemins ça. Et moi j'ai demandé ministre qui a responsabilité pour chemin et bien n'importe l'autre ministre qui a information ça pour dire n'importe côté dans cette liste that écoutez nous seulement $2.9 millions pour faire ces chemins macado là. Through CDP and other means, we've been able to do the Cemetery Road, the Apatat Road in La Pelle, the road near Louvina in Belmont. And Mr. Speaker, how can I forget the Austin Hill Road? The Austin Hill Road. Yeah. And let me tell you about the Austin Hill Road and the member for Micoud South. Kaitan, the member for Micoud South, upon assuming office, found that we had done the middle section of the Austin Hill Road. And again, the expectation was that we've started, I'm elected, so I will get some assistance from the government. For 6 years, nothing. But guess what? Today, the Austin Hill Road has been reinstated for the people of Austin Hill. We've done Walcott to Dorcas. We've done Monton to Pin in Oleon. We've done Clevana to Lulu in Belmont. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have the Mumber stretch, the Larisus stretch, or the Mabuya Valley Promenade, whatever you want to call it. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about that piece of road. You can call it MVP if you want, because it is an MVP project, the Mabuya Valley Promenade. Increased carriageway, signage and road markings, improved drainage, landscaping and planting of trees, Mr. Speaker. And this particular stretch of road can be blocked at both entrances for the hosting of mass crowd events when it is completed. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank again the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Infrastructure for their intervention. But that is not all. We have more roads to do in Dennery North. The Richmond Ring Road, 1.7 million. The Tumeris Road in Austin Hill, Babonneau Road, the Garrett Side Road, that is from Hayes to Carroll, Richmond School Road, Montego Bay, Oleon, a wall and a piece of road measuring about 40 feet, Mr. Speaker, that sparked protests last week or week before because some people believed that what had happened in Roseau should inspire them, notwithstanding they were instructed to do what they did. But they were dealt with accordingly, Mr. Speaker, and they were told that they should never do that again. The Garrett Main Road, pothole and overlay. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to take care of the potholing on the Garrett Road. And soon enough, Mr. Speaker, we will find the resources to ensure that we provide that surface for the Garrett Road. Chemin Garrett là, c'est un chemin qui plie mes fondations à toute chemin vallée. Mais surface là, on ça nous créer tête chemin même, c'est yon qui messe et qu'avant pièce de trafic monter en l'air pour pièce especially l'année la pluie, Mr. Speaker, on a un chai pothole et puis chemin ça là qui a mené mal tête, pas seulement by moi qu'au parlementaire, mais aussi by monde qui a servi chemin ça. Rose Tavern Road, Belmont Overlay, the Sir Arthur Lewis Farm Road and the community to the back of Sir Arthur Lewis, the Packbeth Road from Despin to Packbeth in Oleon. That road has been costed, Mr. Speaker, at $998,000, or say $1 million. And the people of Packbeth deserve a road because the community has grown exponentially. And every day, my very good friend and supporter, Edmund Smith, former St. Lucia under-19 cricket captain, is at me, and Smithy wants to know when can they get a road. And I understand why he wants the road. He does not want the road because he wants his vehicle to be parked next to his house, you know. But he understands the challenges because he has seen it firsthand, that when somebody is ill and they need the ambulance service, Mr. Speaker, the distance they have to travel with a stretcher to get the person to the Oleon Main Road. That is totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and an intervention will be made.
Remember, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are looking at the Jalim Road in Lower Austin Hill. We are looking at a road in Oleon to be constructed from Jurita to Brezo, Alemon Side Road in Graniver, the Plainfield Road in Lapel, Lower Despin Beltham Road, Mr. Speaker, and the Oleon Combined School Road to connect to the cemetery. So we have a list of 19 roads. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? 19 roads, $9.5 million. And again, Mr. Speaker, I can point to roads in some constituencies where $9.5 million is just a paltry amount compared to what has happened. But I understand that I'm part of a team. I may not get all the roads, but I am certain, and I can tell the people of Dennery North that this Prime Minister will, through the Ministry of Infrastructure, make resources available for some of the roads I mentioned to be rehabilitated. Mr. Speaker, let us move, Mr. Speaker, to Head 52, Department of Education, Innovation and Vocational Training. I have advocated, particularly in this term of government, that we are striking a very delicate balance between infrastructure projects and human resource development training interventions. Mr. Speaker, through the long-term training budget of the Ministry of Education, we have been able to provide higher education opportunities to hundreds of young St. Lucians. And the young people of Dennery North have not been left behind. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have 4 young persons from Dennery North who are currently enrolled at medical school. And let us do the mathematics. If, Mr. Speaker, you are to take a loan to go to medical school, you need at least $500,000 or $500,000. And depending on the institution, we're talking about $1 million or $1.5 million. So when we have 4, at an average of $500,000, we're talking $2 million. But that's not all. Our young people from Dennery North, Mr. Speaker, are accessing university education in ways our people never did before. And from 2021 sorry, to 2025, we have more people from Dennery North enrolled at university and in higher education programs than we would have had, Mr. Speaker, from independence to 2021. And all of them, Mr. Speaker, they get in on merit. So Caution is a farmer. He resides in Babonneau. Caution never went to high school. But as we speak, his daughter Caroline is in Hungary and she's about to finish her program so she can come back home, raise the profile of her family, raise the profile of Babonneau, raise the profile of Grand Rivière and the Mabouya Valley, and raise the profile of this country because she's coming back qualified, ready to make a contribution to the advancement of this country. And Selma was on her farm today. One of the few ladies who drives a pickup van around. She has a farm. She works hard. She didn't go to high school. She doesn't have a degree. But Jada, as we speak, is bracing the cold of Serbia, studying to become a medical doctor. That is the power of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. Kimani from Richmond is in Taiwan. Koji only went to secondary school, but his daughter is in Taiwan studying tropical agriculture so she can come back home and make a contribution. And Mr. Speaker, this is Alpha Louis Community College bursary. 8 out of every 10 students from the Mabouya Valley are supported on the bursary program or by the Office of the Parliamentarian. And the checks are there at the SSCDF, and I'm sure the Minister for Equity can ask for the file and he will see how much of the CDP monies we're spending on higher education. So don't believe when you hear people tell you, say, Selma Shime yo ka fe, epi building. Sa pa vwe, Mr. Speaker. Nou ni moun ki ka train. Ek se moun sa se ish, ek ti ish, moun ki te plante figure, ta ki pase, ki pa ten edukasyon. But how they are nou tout, Mr. Speaker, through a process of education, we are taking our rightful leadership positions in this country, making our contributions to the advancement of this country. And that I want to be my legacy. Not the roads. Anybody can mix concrete and pave the road. But I want, Mr. Speaker, that after I would have left this political arena, that I can look back with satisfaction and vindication on the interventions I would have made in the lives of the young people of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I told you we got nothing in 5 years. And let us go to Head 54, the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports. The United Workers' Party, particularly in Dennery North, have decided that the line of attack should be sports. Very few people in Dennery North can boast a more impressive record in sports than me, in a personal capacity, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of service. I know what sport has done for my development, or it did for my development. So that by the time I went to university, I was formalizing what I had already gotten for the Youth and Sports Council, through the SLFA Congress, and being on the board of management of the St. Lucia National Cricket Association, not to mention having captained my district and played for my country and played for the Windward Islands. So don't try to use sports as a weapon. My record speaks for itself. And Mr. Speaker, whether as athlete or as administrator, whether at the community level, the national level, or sub-regionally, my record speaks for itself. And so, during the last term of the Labour Party administration, or the last Labour Party government, $7 million to rehabilitate the Larissos playing field. Lights, pavilion, brand new surface, realignment of the river, land acquisition, changing rooms, and then you want to chide me and tell me my record in sports is dismal? Mr. Speaker, I have provided the enabling environment. But the sports administrators in the constituency need to wake up. They need to wake up. And I do not believe that as parliamentary rep, I should step in and dictate the affairs of constitutionally elected sports administration bodies, whether they exist at the community level or at the national level. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I hear that I have killed sports in the valley, I laugh. And what it does is that it underscores the desperation of a political party that after 3 years into a 4th year cannot see a pathway to victory, clutching at straws, and they will just punch in the dark to see if it will land. Mr. Speaker, I know we are on a good trajectory as an administration. I know we are doing well, not only by our own performances and the yardsticks that we use to measure the work we do, but based on what is coming from the other side. You can see the desperation. You can hear the desperation, and you can see, Mr. Speaker, the cluelessness with which they operate, not having a plan, and will never see the reins of power or governments in this country in anytime soon. Mr. Speaker, we are installing lights at the Grand Ravine playing field. Constituency Development Program. We got an initial contribution from the National Lotteries Authority. It is not enough, and so my CDP is stretched, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that after this presentation, whether it is the Prime Minister or the Minister for Sports, I will receive a WhatsApp message tonight to ask me to submit a bill or an invoice. Mr. Speaker, we're building a court at Richmond, CDP, and the Minister will tell you that it's not in his program. Mr. Speaker, we are going to install lights on the Denny River playing field. I have used my CDP monies to buy the poles and some of the fixtures. Again, I'm hoping that can be complemented by the Minister with responsibility for sports. Mr. Speaker, Head 46 Tourism, Ministry of Tourism. The community tourism project or program has impacted Denrinoff in a very, Mr. Speaker, profound way. Today, we have 2 young entrepreneurs who have invested in the ATV tour, the ATV tour niche, as we call it, Mr. Speaker. And so I must commend Brendan Shalry, better known as Ampa, and Elias Ford for having made those investments, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that if not in the area of ATV tours, that other young persons from the Mabuya Valley can see the need and will get the support of the ministry to invest in tourism-related activities in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, Head 42, the MSME grant. Several of the small businesses in Denry North have benefited and have received support from the Ministry of Commerce to help strengthen their businesses, Mr. Speaker, and others have actually gotten help to start up businesses and are doing well. I'm hoping that in the new cycle of disbursements, more small entrepreneurs from Denry North will be applying, of course, with the assistance of the Office of the Parliamentary Rep, to benefit from the MSME grant. Mr. Speaker, Head 41, the Ministry of Agriculture. Under the UBEC, several of our farmers, livestock farmers, vegetable farmers, and even banana farmers have benefited from the interventions made by the Ministry of Agriculture.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
2 occasions, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 2 occasions, Mr. Speaker, we have had to intervene and help our banana farmers. In the first instance, Mr. Speaker, there was an issue at Winera where they could not get sufficient boxes to package their fruit to sell. And Mr. Speaker, that resulted in tremendous setback for the farmers and the losses that they suffered. And Mr. Speaker, also in relation to the black Sikatoka disease and the unavailability of the oil that they needed to have treated their fields, again, the farmers suffered tremendous loss. But on both occasions, our government, being the compassionate government that we are, we were able, Mr. Speaker, to engage the farmers and to give them direct financial assistance that would help them meet their obligations to banks and to also help rehabilitate their farms. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, ground cover has been ordered and will be distributed through the CDP allocation to farmers in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, our government has done well. Mr. Speaker, to the detractors who say ne pas faire rien, to those who say chez Chimeyon, Mr. Speaker, je veux dire que le gouvernement a travaillé en l'enterré Jordan Renoff. Le gouvernement a travaillé en l'enterré Javalia. And if those persons who believe that attacking me on Facebook, whether it's through lives or through other means of communication, Mr. Speaker, if they believe that that is meant to shake me in my boots, I am as resolute and as fortified in the politics as I've ever been before. And I told you when I started, Mr. Speaker, that the conversation has started in Denry North. People are already talking about 4 in a row. So that when the elections are called by the member for Castries East and nobody else, I can assure this honorable house, that the people of Denry North, based on the satisfaction they are expressing with my performance, they will go to the polls. They will vote for Sean Edward and the St. Lucia Labour Party again. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister. I want to thank my family. I want to thank my constituency group and the people of Dennery North for the opportunity to be their voice in the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Dennery North is not and will never be an experiment. So people who want to try at something, you have to go elsewhere. Parliamentary representation is not about trying, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary representation is about having the lives of people in your hands. It is about going to cabinet and to parliament and ensure that you agitate and you advocate for resources where you can make interventions in the lives of the people, Mr. Speaker, who have voted for you. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the home caregivers under the stewardship of Cathy Edward for the tremendous work that they are doing in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I support the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented for 2025-2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands suspended until 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 10 o'clock in the forenoon tomorrow, Friday, 28th. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
All right.
Nous venons au bout de la session Georges, ça nous a créé estimation sur la revenu avec dépenses gouvernement. Ça nous a créé budget. Ça c'est le premier pas budget pour l'année 2025 pour 2026 qui est discuté en Caille Constitutionnel. Ça fait après présentation par le Premier ministre avec le ministre qui est responsable pour les finances. Philippe J. Pierre, si tu fais ça c'est mardi avec Jodia, c'est même Parlement discuter ça. Et bien ça nous est Jodia, avant déjeuner, on a tenu trois présentations, mais après déjeuner, nous tenu moun on est Kenson Kazemi qui commençait et qui parlait à sur ça c'est constitué il commence à dire il a représenté en constituency dans Paris qui est plus grand en tout OICS là, c'est ça il dit peut-être ça il veut dire c'est en tous ces pays OICS là. Là où on regarde ces différents Paris là, même Parlement qui a représenté, c'est ça qui est plus grand. Il a aussi parlé en chai sur l'économie avec un chai contribution qu'il a fait en sport. Il tenait en chai, il parlait sur le ministre, ça c'est le ministre des Affaires sport, avec ses différents projets. Il a fait, il parlait en particulièrement sur ça, il a créé alternative sports, différents sports, il a attention à présent, avec aussi, il parlait aussi après sur un projet capital pour Gozilé, enfin différents projets, c'est comme on parle ce qui est plus grand. C'est une multi en chai chimie avec un chai activité. Tu parlais à ce community center Vieux, il dit qu'il a ouvert tout de suite avec des affaires touristes, avec polyclinique à Gozilé. C'est différents projets qui a commencé à communier avec aussi. Moi, j'ai aussi continué avec. Après, c'était même Parlement pour Soufriere. On est là-bas. Ça c'est on va Soufriere et puis Fond Saint-Jacques. C'est à chaque de nous gagne dit Soufriere, mais c'est Soufriere avec Fond Saint-Jacques. Ça c'est on va Emma Hippolyte qui parlait à ça c'est Paris qui a représenté avec le ministre qui a représenté aussi. Il parlait en chai sur il y a un chai pour un mot pour subsidier, mais ça c'est l'argent que le gouvernement a dépensé pour empêcher, pour soulager les gens avec ces qualités de dépenses là qui n'y ça veut dire gouvernement qui a empêché moun pas payer fouiller ces marchandises là qu'on sait c'est particulièrement sick avec il dit que le gouvernement a dépensé 10 millions de dollars qui a absorbé 10 millions de dollars pour Farine France avec changer l'année 18 l'année 6 mais c'est Farine France seulement avec aussi cet gaz là avec il parle en chai à ce différents projets peut-être nous pas aller en tout détail mais il en Europe Emma Hippolyte tenu en présentation qui était très spéciale particulièrement je suis content pour toi il dit il était gagné un chai pour activités jeunesse qui supportées par hôtel, c'est hôtel en Soufriere, avec aussi, il dit, un de ces hôtels là, c'est Sugar Beach, qui a supporté l'hôpital Soufriere. Peut-être, je vais dire l'enchère pour qu'il dit nous l'instant présentation.
Yes, well, as you said, we had 9 presenters today. And following Emma Hippolyte, the Honourable Emma Hippolyte, the member for Babonneau, Honourable Virginia Albert, she made her contribution, followed by Bradley Felix, Moses Jean-Baptiste, the parliamentary rep for Vieux North. He was the eighth presenter, and Honourable.
Is it the eighth or is?
Well, his contribution was definitely an ace contribution. He really spoke on his, like all the members, I just want to generalize, all the members were just speaking on the past achievements, and they spoke on roads, they spoke on the health sector, they spoke on the education sector in the various constituencies, and I think that broadly reflected the whole push of the government, where every area, every constituency benefited. I just want to take note of Kenson Casimir. He had another ace contribution, if I could say that. He really spoke on the sports advancements in the country, within the school sector, and the plans the government has to even improve and advance sports. And we'll be hearing more of those, of the plans of the government in sports and in the various other sectors when the debate on the appropriation bill starts in April. And so the representative for Choiseul, Honourable Bradley Felix, he just took some umbrage, if you will, saying that he was not receiving sufficient allocations. And this was widely refuted by the members on the opposite, that's on the government side, saying, they're allocated. The members of the opposition are being allocated $400,000. But all in all, the members spoke on works in the community. Each member stating, the different projects that they have advanced in the separate constituencies. And all in all, we're looking to hear more of what the plans that they have moving forward. The Prime Minister, of course, was praised from all his members for the prudent management of the economy and the fact that the country is projected yet again to register a surplus for 2024.
Oui, eh bien, nous sommes bien contents pour nous te présenter ça qui a passé en Conseil. C'est plaisir nous pour vivre ici à demain à 10h matin pour nous continuer à présenter exactement ça qui a passé en Conseil. So, nous avons invité vous pour joindre nous ici à 10h matin demain pour nous écouter l'instant présentation par ces différents membres du Parlement. Nous avons dit bonsoir et puis demain, nous avons vu